Granite first for wholesale pricing on all materials. They only charge for fabrication and installation.
Hello,
Get
morons.
prices on the phone. With the Art of Granite, you can have beautiful new countertops in just 2 weeks. Plus, when you do the kitchen, the bath vanity is free. Tear out and hallway is also free. TheArtofGranite.com. 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
Living in Colorado means you're going to get hailed on. Maybe not today, but it's going to happen. So you need to know who to call when it happens. Jot down this name, Golden Spike Roofing. Golden Spike Roofing has decades of experience and is my trusted choice for all of my roofing needs. They're ready to get you a free roof inspection if you need it. Check their reviews online, then call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386 or online at goldenspikeroofing.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Slightly cooler for your Tuesday. Temperatures in the mid-80s, a little breezy, and a few more clouds on tap for today before 90s are back for Wednesday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Verse.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Attorney General Merrick Garland on Capitol Hill today telling a House committee that the Department of Justice is not biased, regardless of what some in the Republican Party claim. Garland says such allegations have been dangerous for his entire staff.
We are seeing heinous threats of violence being directed at the Justice Department's career civil servants. These repeated attacks on the Justice Department are unprecedented and they are unfounded. These attacks have not, and they will not, influence our decision-making.
President Biden this afternoon set to announce executive action at the border, a border closing once the per-day numbers at points of entry reach a certain amount. Major League Baseball has, for the first time since the 1920s, banned a current player for life for betting on games. Padres infielder Tucupita Marcona accused of wagering on games. This is ABC News. Job openings across the country falling a bit in April, but the 8.1 million jobs posted still historically high. The Labor Department in a new report saying that layoffs fell and the number of people voluntarily quitting their jobs, a sign they are confident about finding work, rose. On its way home now, a lander with bits of the moon never seen before.
Liftoff for the Chinese probe with its precious cargo of lunar rock and soil samples. Flight Control says the first maneuver, a preset orbit around the moon, then setting a course back to Earth. The plan is to transfer a sample container to a re-entry capsule that's due to return to the deserts of China's Inner Mongolia region around June 25th. The mission is the 6th in the Chinese moon exploration program. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
And a new AP poll says Americans are still skeptical about buying EVs. Nearly 50% of those polled say they are not likely to buy one anytime soon. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Hey, there he is. How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand or what? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke. Are you okay? I'm having a stroke. Your face looks weird too. I'm having a stroke. Are you having a seizure or something? I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado voters should see primary ballots at their mailbox this week. Denver clerk and recorder Paul Lopez.
For unaffiliated voters, you're going to get Democratic and a Republican ballot. And you're only supposed to send one back. Don't send both back. Don't Don't fill out both ballots because that'll get canceled out. Just pick one or the other.
Turnout in Denver for the 2020 primary election was around 50%, and in 2022 it was 29%. Denver has 44 drop boxes for ballots, and in-person voting centers will open starting Monday. Election Day is June 25th. Denver Public Schools hosting a hiring fair tonight. The district is looking for teachers, special education teachers, paraprofessionals, and office support staff. The hiring fair will take place from 5:30 to 7 p.m. The ballot for the 2025 College Football Hall of Fame has been revealed. Former Colorado defensive back Chris Hudson and Western Colorado defensive back William Campbell are on the ballot. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Starting through downtown, I-25 southbound at 20th Street, a crash in the carpool lane is slow driving back from Highway 36 and I-270. We're seeing about 10 minutes of delays for our downtown drivers. Heading west through Jeffco and Lakewood, I-70 eastbound, a crash in the left lane before Denver West Boulevard, that's Colorado Mills, has stop-and-go traffic back from 6th Avenue for Golden. Pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Otherwise, I-270 westbound, your usual stop-and-go through Commerce City between Northfield and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 84 today, overnight low of 56. Quite warm tomorrow, high 91, mostly sunny. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHAL.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before. While you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
This is Dan Kaplis. There's nothing more precious than innocent human life, which is why I've spent the past 40 years standing up for the value of human life in wrongful death cases across Colorado. I have a 40-year track record of success fighting for the families of those wrongfully killed, which includes not only maximizing the money, but also helping survivors force changes that will help save lives moving forward. If you need my help, call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
It's the Dan Kaplan Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Tuesday at 4. It took a long time, but Governor Polis finally does something right. And what should Trump do next to ensure victory in November? The GOP posting regarding Pride Month? What do you think of that? Join me at 4.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, and make your life just a little easier, because that's what we do each and every day. And all you have to do is call. So I urge you to call 303-MARTINO around the clock, because that number, 303-627-8466, that really will help you as far as, getting your message, getting a number in there, and then we call you back. So do that, please. And this hour brought to you by waterpros.net, one of the best solutions for bad water. And all water's bad, by the way. It's not like dangerous bad, but it's not good for you. And if you care about food and nutrition and supplements, you ought to care about water. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. The lowest price solutions at the best quality. There's just bar none. Don't pay these big plumbing contractors thousands and thousands of dollars. Waterpros.net. Now, Mary had a Walmart encounter, and I wanted to talk about it. She was toward the end of the show yesterday. Whatever's on your mind, I would like to hear from you. But I want to ask a question, and I know my YouTube morons are very vocal. I don't know, and this is something I've always struggled with. I'm not sure the morons reflect a cross-section of my audience. I don't know if they do. Actually, I really don't know. I don't think they do, because cross-sections don't normally engage in one type of engagement. That's the definition of a cross-section when it comes to demographics. But I wonder how much of a reflection they are. Then I have my Facebook flunkies. They're really out in left field. And then we have our downloads. That's where we get thousands and thousands and thousands of people, the actual downloads. And those would be more of a cross-section. But in any case, I'm wondering about something. I just want to ask something. Are people, and I really mean this now, Mark told me how to put up a poll, but I just didn't pay attention. And if he's listening, maybe he can put up a poll for me. But do you know how to do it, Kachina? Do you know how to put up a poll on Facebook? I mean, on YouTube?
She is previously occupied.
Yeah. And Mark's not signed on, is he?
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay, Mark. Put up a survey for me.
What would you like?
Oh, and you didn't even say hi, so how the hell am I supposed to know you're there?
Well, I wasn't going to interrupt that montage.
Okay, now here's the thing. I want to say this. I want to ask, I don't know how to ask this, so are people meaner in general?
Well, that's pretty easy to put it in a poll.
Yeah, in general, and I mean it. Are people meaner in general? I really am getting the impression people are, and maybe me included. I mean, I don't mean maybe. I mean, we all have an edge, don't we? Are we meaner as a people? As a people, you know, you individually might have different thoughts here and there, but I think people are just unhappy. I do, and I don't know why. You know, life is not that bad. America is a good country. Under any administration, any president, any laws, I mean, really, the country's pretty damn good, right? I wish we were more optimistic, but I think we're bitter. We're bitter. Polls show constantly people are unhappy with their jobs, especially this Gen Z, whoever the hell they are. Gen Z, I guess that's right. I don't know. What is Gen Z? I think I know. I got to look it up, but Gen Z. And then we used to talk a lot about millennials. We don't talk about millennials much anymore. But in any case, my question to you, and I'm serious, so make your comments. Are people angry? That's a good word, or angry. Now, baby boomers are 59 to 77, so I'm a baby boomer. Mark would be Gen X, 43 to 58. I think you're in that group, right, Mark? And then millennials, 27 to 42. Gen Z is 11 to 26. Gen Z. So Gen Z and millennials are the main morons in our country right now. Alpha, those are the newbies. Alpha. Alphas, I don't know what alphas are right now, but I'd like to get your take on it as to where you are and what you think. Are people meaner? And thank you, Mark, for putting that up.
I used 10 years ago. Is that good, or would you rather, are they meaner than 50 years ago?
No, just meaner now. I don't know. Just now.
Well, you have to have meaner than what?
And how did you do?
I like 10 years.
Yeah. How do I do it? Okay, never mind. I don't want to go into it right now. Let me go to the phones. 303-713-TALK. Mary called and talked about last Tuesday. There was a lady stealing a whole cart of things at Walmart. And clerks tried to stop her. I'm glad that people are trying to stop shoplifters again. Really, shoplifting is bad. It's a bad message to send out. Anybody can shoplift anything. In California recently, a number of Lego stores got hit, did nothing. They just, again, in California, you still steal. I don't know how it is here. I don't know if people are still doing it every day. Shoplifting is out of the news. You know the popular things that come in and out of the news? Squatters, shoplifters, what else? Different things like that, right? So at Walmart last Tuesday, she said a lady was stealing a cart. Clerks tried to stop her. This lady maced them all, left the cart and left and left. And so she maced the clerks and some customers. So continue your story, Mary.
Yes, good morning, Tom. This is Marie, Mary's caretaker, and she's standing right next to me. She's
okay. So Marie is the one speaking for Mary. Okay, so go ahead, Marie.
Mary's right next to me.
Okay.
Okay, so Mary is 61 years old, a veteran. She had a stroke. She went to the store on Chambers and Iliff, the Walmart marketplace, neighborhood marketplace. It was 9 p.m. She Ubers there, because she gets Ubers, and then she noticed a cart with this lady in the freezer section just loading up her cart. I mean, charcoal, a mini grill,
gotcha.
and a whole bunch of stuff. Then the lady's leaving, and 3 young employees, teenagers, trying to hold the cart and tell the lady she can't leave with the cart. So she's standing there irate, F-bombing. She's about between 60 and 75 years old. She grabs the pepper spray and sprays everybody.
Golly.
So the 3 girls.
Golly.
So 3 girls, they hit the ground, and Mary's she's right here next to, she's at the first register, which is right outside, right before you get out the door, and she's pepper sprayed. So the guy, Caesar says, "Are you okay?" No. She says, "Call an ambulance." So she calls an ambulance. They call 911, and then the lady, of course, takes off. That's not why. So Mary's very upset. She can't see. So the paramedics come, and this is what Mary's upset about, is that Walmart, there's not Mary's like military, so she goes, "Where's your wash station? Your eye wash station?" And somewhere back there, the paramedics come. They said, "Ma'am, can I help you?" "Yeah, I need an eye wash station." And they hand her a 500 cc bottle to clean herself up. And she's like trying to see. And then in the meantime, trying to pay where the Caesar has to put in her code. And then the ambulance comes. She goes out there, and the 3 girls are in her ambulance. So Mary's like standing there. And it was just an awful and then it was a fiasco. And then she tries to get her Uber comes. Somebody helped her call her Uber, and she did it. And then that's just how she was treated. But
now hold on, I'm not hearing. So Marie, help me out. Is Mary complaining about how Walmart responded?
Yes, or the ambulance people. Nobody took her to an eye wash station.
Well, first of all, I'm not even sure, and I might be wrong. She talks about an eye wash station as if it's some civil right or requirement. I don't know if it is. Our eye wash.
I had to have them in every one of my Goodyears.
But in a retail store, Mark?
No, just at my Goodyears. I did not have to have them in the computer stores, for example, so I don't know about Walmart.
Yeah, I don't understand. She talks about an eye wash station as if it is something that, now, according to OSHA, I just looked it up, eye wash facilities must be provided in workplaces where there is potential for eye damage from exposure to hazardous substances, corrosive chemicals where they're being used, not packaged, so not in pre-packages. They're talking about being used, like, for example, Mark, where you're doing parts cleaning and stuff like that. That would be, I could see an eye wash station. But if you're in a retail store, it says it's crucial to have to assess the materials that are being handled, and if eye wash stations are necessary.
They are.
What, Mark?
I would assume most Walmarts have one in the back room.
They do have one. They did have one. They did not take her to the eye wash station. So she's standing there with pepper spray, and she's paralyzed on her left side, her arm, so she couldn't reach that bottle and pour it on herself.
So
it was just horrific.
Here's the thing. Whether they took her to an eye wash station or anything like that, I understand. I would be upset probably if my eyes needed rinse. Did anyone bring her water or a wet towel or anything?
Nothing. They didn't even sit her down or
what
find
about
her
other
place
people?
or put her
Did
in
they
the
help
ambulance.
other people and exclude her, or did they let all the people? How many customers got sprayed?
2 customers, 8 total. 8 total.
And
3
what did they do?
employees.
What did they do with the other 8 customers?
They had them inside the ambulance. They had them inside the
You know
ambulance.
something? Ironically enough, this is why employees at Walmart are not supposed to engage with shoplifters. If these kids didn't grab the cart and tried to stop it, none of these people would have been injured, including the woman you're calling
I
for.
get what you're
Now,
saying.
And now I know that's what no one wants to hear out there, but that's the reason people tell their employees not to engage.
Then they should
Imagine
have.
if
Then they
she
should
pulled
have
out
security.
a gun.
Then we should have security people on premises for this kind of stuff, right?
They do, but they tell the security people not to engage because the same thing goes.
So basically, okay. Listen, hold on.
Well, think about it, Tom. You go up to somebody like this. You're an employee of mine. You go up, try to stop them from stealing $100 worth of food,
And get killed.
and end up getting shot or killed. Then I'm sued by your family.
Okay, hold on, Mary and Marie. I want to find out. We haven't gotten to the point as to what she wants or what she's alleging. Possibly we get John Fuller on from Fuller Law to weigh in. He's a personal injury expert, and he's got a legal mind for this stuff. So let's do that. Coming up, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. 888heating.com has the risk-free service fee, $28 to service an item in your home, and that's a service. So if it's a toilet, they'll go through it. Water heater, they'll go through it and flush it and all that, whatever it is. Now, if you need extensive repairs of any kind, that $28 is credited. That's 888heating.com.
All right, Copperwalk. What
is
do you
this
got
Dave?
here? Whatever the break
Regarding the
length
issue
is,
you're
4 and
having
a,
with
5
Experian,
and a half.
the scam?
Who did
5 and a half.
that?
Perfect. Okay, I
Shannon.
have open line right now. Would you like to talk
Yeah.
to Tom and Mark about it and
Yeah.
hopefully get some recourse?
Yeah?
Yeah, you're disgusting.
Okay, hang on for me.
Nothing. What are you talking about?
I thought you
How
said
much time do I
Shannon.
have, by the way?
Jesus, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
How much time does he have?
Shut up.
Seconds if you were here.
I'm going to go get something here.
That was a hell of a grunt.
Hey, it's me. Okay, so we have an interesting one for you. An older lady who is half paralyzed on one side of her body was at Walmart.
Oh, I don't know about
and
that.
Kids were trying to steal a cart and ended up getting maced in the melee and by the people who were stealing the cart. Yep, and some other co-workers of the Walmart who were trying to stop it and that type of thing. And so he wants to bring you on to see if there's any sort of recourse that she has. And by the way, the Walmart people who are in charge would not take her to an eye washing station so she could wash her eyes out
How did she
of the
get
pepper
something in her
spray.
eye?
And So it was like an uncomfortable situation.
It ain't
altogether.
Walmart's fault.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, if the bad person would have went out the door and the door didn't open quick
She
enough,
was
and she decided to
actually,
spray everything.
they were trying to steal
Right,
a part,
yeah.
and I'm not, again, I've been on the phone all morning, so I only know sort of the story, but she was at a register with her caregiver, who is on the phone with us, who is doing the primary explanation of the whole incident. And she was at the register trying to pay for her own stuff, and that's when all the melee broke out, and in the incident, she got...
Kelly, you got the whole thing wrong. Just put them up. It's all good.
I do? Okay, well, I've been on the phone.
No, I know
Mark
you have.
says
I
got
get
it
it.
wrong, so just hang on. We'll preface it for you. I've been on the phone all morning. I'm just trying to go from
It's-
what I learned yesterday.
It's
She's
all
on
good.
Betfred for goddamn WNBA stuff. Don't listen to her.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh.
What are you all
I
upset
thought I
over the
turned that down.
WNBA?
No, she's betting on it. She's she's got a honey on Caitlin Clark shooting lights out tonight.
To hip check?
Yeah.
You're nuts. You're nuts.
I mean, I'm okay with a little hazing of the rookie, but
Oh, they hate her. They
I know.
can't stand her.
I mean, and during Pride Month, no less, it seems embarrassing that
And she only brought all the attention the WNBA has ever had.
until she started playing, nobody knew the name of a team.
I didn't even know what WNBA was.
I thought it was that. I thought it was that Cosby's Kid character trying to say NBA. Good. It did do it. WNBA. But I'm a little torqued off with the news. They're talking about the Boulder King Supers shooter and his mental health status.
Well, he's crazy as shit. Anybody
I know that, but
walks
they're
in
not
and shoots.
using his name in the news.
Oh, why?
Because they can't say it. Normally, you know, they like even Ross and those guys.
Oh, you're
I'm not
saying
gonna-
it's so out there they can't pronounce it?
A little bit, and it doesn't help the narrative. They
What is it? What is the guy's name?
That's what I see the mean.
Oh,
I can make a note of it.
Kind of close. I could have embellished a bit, but a lot of the same verbs are there. I say nope, I can't do it. But there's
It
four.
can't be a verb.
There's 4 A's in one of the.
I'll change it.
But nevertheless,
Yeah.
Ross always says, "I'm not going to say the name of the killer because I don't want to bring them any fame." I think in this case, it's because his name wasn't Fred Smith and he didn't live in Alabama or whatever.
Popped
Yeah.
up when I tried to log into my online banking that I needed to change my password. And I said, you can if you want, but you can really just
Oh, for
ignore
God's
it.
sakes, we're seconds away from more of this. I want to get maced.
Same.
Holy- What?
Let me go down to my car.
Oh, why is it down there? It should be.
Yeah,
on
what
you
good
all
is it going to
times.
do in your car? Do you
How are
tell
you
the
gonna-
mugger, hold on a minute while I go get my mace?
How are you going to mace Chopper and Dollar without having it on you?
Shannon, I'll bring some in next.
Now, an iHeartRadio station.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. And DenverRegen.com, they're doing all kinds. They still do stem cell therapy, by the way. And they also do stem cell and PRP injections for hair growth and hair enrichment. And they do, of course, semaglutide for weight loss. And that's just at $250 a month. That's DenverRegen.com. So I guess I want to talk to John Fuller, and I want him to listen to this. Again, we haven't gotten to the demand or the concern. Now, obviously, you know, we get a lot of anger, John, when it comes to responses, not necessarily what happened, but the response. For example, we've had people who have fallen, or people that have slipped, or people that have, you know, something has happened, they cut themselves or something at a store, and they're more angry about the response they got than the actual incident sometimes. They feel just, I don't know, ignored or not important or
sure.
whatever. So we do get that. In this case, though, Mary calling for Marie. Marie is in the store. She's a disabled veteran. She's in her 60s, and she's walking around, and somebody's trying to steal. 2 clerks from Walmart come up in an attempt to stop this woman from taking a cart. And the woman starts doing the F-bombs and sprays them with pepper spray. And then 8 customers get sprayed. One of them is Marie. And there we got the scenario. Then the woman leaves. The cops are called. The ambulance is called. And Marie is upset. Now, what Marie kept stressing is she was asking for the eye wash station. Where's your eye wash station? And again, I mean, do they rush her back to the back room if they have one? I don't even know if they have one, who's required to have one. OSHA says only when you're handling dangerous chemicals, okay? It doesn't say anything about retail stores. I don't know if they're required to have it or not. I don't even know if it matters, John. Is that a liability issue if they did not have an eye station?
I don't think so, no.
Or if they delayed getting her to an eye wash, but they didn't hand her a wet rag, water, or anything. It wasn't until the paramedics arrived that they gave her some water. Is that right, Mary?
Yes, correct.
Okay, now let's talk about, without me putting words in your mouth, what does Marie want? Let's just get right to it.
She wants to see a doctor about her eyes. They're still hurting, and she's just very upset of the treatment. I mean, Walmart's the #1 retail store in the world.
I didn't hear an answer to what does she want.
I want her in jail. Well, she wants the lady in jail.
Okay, so do I. So do I. What else does she want?
She calls Walmart and they didn't even have a case number or anything.
What
she wants
does
to know why Walmart
she
didn't respond
want?
to her.
What
do you want, Mary?
That's a fair question. What does she want?
She wants Walmart to own up to her negligence of not even care. They didn't even care.
Okay, caring, by the way, not caring is not negligent. They're allowed not to care, okay? I don't know how else to put this, but I really need to know this. And I don't want to give her a hard time. She's a victim here, but she must know what she wants. Okay, now I'm going to put words in your mouth. Does she feel they were negligent in their response to this, and therefore she deserves a payout?
Yes.
Okay, good. At least she's being honest. Now, if someone's negligence caused damages or pain and suffering, there would be a mechanism, and there are courts that award damages. However, John, take it from there in this particular case.
All right. So your only possibility of recovery would be under the Colorado Premises Liability Act or a claim against Walmart, which would essentially be you saying that this customer, this thieving criminal customer, was a dangerous condition that Walmart knew of and or should have known of. Okay? That's a heavy burden for you to prove, that they should have had some ability to anticipate that this person was a dangerous condition, and then that they had an opportunity to do something about it.
Now, John, let's for argument's sake say that is never going to go, okay? No one can make the claim that they should have known about this customer being dangerous and should have protected people. But I have a very obvious question. That's not what she's complaining about. She is complaining about their reaction. Can a company be negligent in their reaction?
Well, they can, but it's not really an actionable deal if their actions didn't give rise to the injury in the first place. Okay, so if they don't have the responsibility for her original injury, then they don't really have a responsibility to mitigate her damages.
Now, hold on, John. If somebody is on fire at Walmart and they don't throw water on her, or if somebody falls and they walk around her and don't call help. Now, I know this is ridiculous, but I want to go there. What would happen then?
Personally, Tom, I don't know that the Colorado Premises Liability Act would afford her relief in that circumstance.
What about normal negligence? Is there a normal, hey, you're an idiot kind of thing? Is there anything that says she was shopping there, you should react differently?
Welcome to the concept of elections have consequences, okay? In Colorado, we have for more than 25 years now had a Colorado Premises Liability Act, which was dreamed up by our legislatures to make sure that people like your caller can't just willy-nilly sue for any injury that occurred on somebody else's property. They intended for that to be the outcome. And so, given her status on the property, and by that I mean she was a customer, so she had every right to be there, the only way that she can recover in an action against the landowner is if there was an unreasonable failure to take reasonable steps to protect against a dangerous condition that she knew of, or that they knew of, or they should have known.
But there is no level. But there is no level. There is no level of responsibility for the reaction. No one is saying, like I said, that goes along with premises liability. It's not just.
Well, if they kicked her in the face as a response, I'm sure there would be.
Right, obviously, but the lack of response is the lack of response. Is it in itself negligence?
I don't think it is.
I
really don't.
And really, let me say something. If you think about it,
you have to come down to that dangerous condition. If it's an intentional tort, like Mark mentioned, a kick in the face or something, that would be a question of whether the individual was acting in the course and scope of his employment so that we could make Walmart responsible for it, or whether it was just an individual act of that employee. And so we have ways of working through those situations. But in this case, if they couldn't foresee that the lady was going to mace a customer that day and take steps to protect against that, I don't know that you're going to make them liable for the damage that was done as a result of the mace. Now, I'm not saying that that's the best way that Walmart should handle the situation. It's clearly not. But that doesn't mean that the lack of their handling it perfectly gives rise to a legal, a lawsuit or some legal avenue to go and seek redress of your damages.
Wow, that is shocking to me. Now listen, I'm not one for just willy-nilly suits, and I know you aren't either. But I would think that I can see where they're not responsible for what happened, but after it happened, if these clerks don't know enough to help, I would think they have some. I don't think she wouldn't have much damages anyway, even if they were guilty of negligence for not responding properly, because she doesn't have any damages.
Unless you could come up with some really crafty way to articulate that the dangerous condition was the inability to render first aid to somebody, and that was somehow what caused the damages. I mean, it gets to this slippery slope that I don't know that you're going to be able to really bring that. It sucks. I don't like it, but you're the victim of a crime.
I'm reading case law here, John. I'm reading case law here that says that when people have been sued for failure to respond properly and to mitigate damages, they were actually sued for this. And listen to this. And the courts have ruled, now this is what my AI is saying, courts have ruled that they're only negligent if they were responsible for the dangerous condition to begin with.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
That's exactly what I said.
Wow.
Well,
okay.
I'm sure they have the same deal.
Now, here's what I want to know.
Listen, ma'am,
what damages
you're a
does
victim of a crime, and this is something you need to take up with the district attorney, the Victims Compensation Board. There are avenues, and this young lady has the ability to go and seek medical care. from the VA, I think that she should absolutely pursue that.
Well,
but to the extent that she's incurred these damages, if they ever catch this person, she is a victim under the law, and she's probably an at-risk victim,
Now,
which means that would be an enhanced sentence.
Okay, now here's the deal. I just want to say this in closing, that the damages, Marie, what John is saying is you're not going to go far trying to pursue a damage against Walmart, okay? Now, victim compensation is a different thing. And again, just the good news is pepper does not cause permanent damage. That's the good news.
Okay.
I mean, that is, that's what I'm reading here. We have more coming right up.
Thank you.
Better, I was thinking maybe you might wait another fucking hour.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today.
I was doing something.
You're taking a shit or what?
KHOW, Denver.
No, that's your job.
I'm just
My
giving
apologies. I'm so sorry.
This report is sponsored by Revive Organic Soil Treatment.
Looking at a cute picture of my daughter. I don't know when you're ever going to break. You.
Stop and go traffic continues through
Kachina, don't you
ongoing
be
road work.
laughing. I'll
We've seen
put you
about
in that
2
lawsuit.
Oh, sure.
You better have my back.
Westbound after Highway
You're going to
2
be a
safe.
defendant.
She does. She defends you to the end.
East 120th. It's an easy drive on I-25 north and southbound through town, I-70 east and westbound. No complaints to and from the DIA area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 84 today, overnight low of 56. A warm one tomorrow, high of 91 degrees in the afternoon. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Summer is here. Do you know what your lawn wants? Revive Organic Soil Treatment moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. You'll see the difference. Revive takes water deep, down to the roots, to make the most of watering for a lush green lawn all summer long. Use Revive. It works.
Hey, you want to know what else works? Sheridan Auto Tech. God, do I love Kevin and his team in a brotherly way. Let me just say something seriously. They do pre-buy inspections, and you wouldn't believe how thorough they are. That's a great thing to do. And by the way, somebody asked, what if I just want my car inspected and I'm not selling or buying? Yeah, you can do that too. And they'll go through it and tell you what it needs. That's SheridanAutotech.com. They also do electrical issues, minor and major maintenance. They do it all at Sheridan Autotech, Colfax, west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. Hey, I'm a client. I want to say this right up front. I'm a client of Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They've helped me arrange some things in my retirement that I had not thought about. They really were of counsel, and I appreciate them. They also can help you. Now, they're advertisers here. I'm a sponsor, and the reason I make that clear is because I want you to know I would not recommend them if I didn't believe in what they did. And they've helped me a lot. Their fees, in my opinion, that what they help you with far outweighs the minor fees that are built into some of these things, and they're transparent about all of it. Give them a call. Find out what they can do for you. There's no obligation to talk to them. rpcenter.com, rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211.
Love it.
Or somewhere, and it was in Vegas.
Oh.
I didn't sit in it, but
Okay.
we walked around it.
Okay.
Tom's next vehicle, Cybertruck.
I don't know. I don't
cool.
know. I decided they're too ugly.
Okay.
I don't know. I like them. I mean, I love Tesla. I love them all. I don't like.
You should buy. You should get another BMW because that made you happy.
Yeah, right. No, you know what, Mark? I can't say there's one thing wrong with that car except, I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be happy with transportation that's comfortable and I don't know.
Well, soon it's going to be.
You know what? I guess I'm
basically
looking for
an
my jollies in all the wrong places.
You should have stuck with your G-Wagon.
You know what? Okay, thank you. I say that every day. You know what? I should have. I just had it dialed in too. You know, all the crap that could have gone wrong. Son of a gun.
Speaking of Pride Month, you put the G into G-Wagon.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Is it Pride Month? I haven't heard anything about it. I haven't heard much.
Really? Well, you constantly blare show tunes, so it's probably hard to hear. I love a parade.
far off.
Thank you. If you can finish these lyrics, clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
Bang, bang, bang went the
ding,
volley.
ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Oh, yes, that's
I
right.
hate to say I can do the rest. Clang, zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings from the moment I saw him I fell. But that doesn't mean anything about me. That shouldn't be any sort of test of one's sexuality.
Do you think he dreamed a dream?
Tom, you there?
600 minutes ago.
I'm looking at buying a used Avalanche or that Cadillac.
I love the Avalanche, but man, why did they stop making them? If I could find one, I'd pimp it out, man. If they still made them, I'd pimp it out and keep it.
That's what I'm thinking of doing.
I kind of like the new Cadillac Electric, the Lyric.
What do you mean?
It's good looking.
Is it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, actually.
Hey, Mark,
EV
do you like
Silverado does.
Mark, do you like the Model X?
Yeah, it's cool.
I think so, but yeah, I don't know. When is the Roadster coming out?
Who knows?
Didn't Elon already shoot one into space?
That was the original Roadster.
You know, when they changed the face of the Cadillac back in like the 2000s, I thought they instantly started to look like LaWanda Page. You remember her? She played Esther on Sanford and Son.
She was the best.
And
she
Esther,
was fantastic, but she looked like she'd been in a bus accident.
let me tell you something. You
And
will
Fred
not
always
believe-
let her know.
You know, Red Fox made the most racist remarks of anyone on television ever.
I loved him.
Oh my God, what he said about Aunt Esther.
No, Archie Bunker has a little bit
No,
of
no. Red Fox was by far.
Oh, here we go.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. MR says that the new Silverado EV looks like an old Avalanche. We were talking off the air about cars. I am bored to crap with cars. Bored. Nothing's new. I mean, they're either crazy looking like the Cybertruck, or I don't know. You know what? I'm telling you, the best all-around looking cool car, I think, is the G-Wagon. I think so. And I don't like exotics so much, but anyway, let's go back to these phones. And I want to get this comment from JR about that Mary situation, or it's actually Marie. Mary was calling for Marie at Walmart. Go ahead, JR. You got a yeah.
Are you there, Tom?
I'm here, sir. Go ahead.
Are you there?
I'm here, moron. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, come on, Tom. Why would you say that?
Because
Hey,
aren't
listen,
you aren't you the JR on the feed?
Oh, dude, I'm JR, the maintenance guy.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I thought you were JR from the.
I like that. Hey, caller. Hey, JR. How you doing, you moron?
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, JR.
Come on. I'm supporting the show here.
I'm sorry.
Hey, no, what I'm saying is, what if this lady walks into Walmart, she's in checkout, somebody grabs her purse and punches her in the face? There's no action. There's nothing that she can do.
No, and I don't think that was the part she was upset about. But let's say they punched her in the face and she's bleeding, and they don't hand her something to wipe, or I don't know. She's saying that she was further injured because they did not react properly, and so therefore the pepper stayed on her eyes too long. That's exactly what she's saying.
I work for Costco, and when somebody gets hurt or they have a heart attack or something happens, our responsibility is to call 911 and get the authorities out there. That's what we do.
Yeah, imagine if JR was giving someone mouth to mouth or trying to give him the Heimlich or something and ended up killing him on accident.
Yeah,
can't touch them.
Listen, this whole world, I know, the whole world is going crazy. You're right. You can't really judge a response.
Right. And we can't stop somebody from shoplifting. We can't touch their cart. We can't touch them. So yeah, no, there's no actionable.
Hey, do you
lawsuit from her at all.
shoplifting there, JR, at Costco?
Do we what?
Is there shoplifting at Costco?
Oh yes, yeah. But we have undercover.
No, I know, but do you
in our
guys?
stores.
Does your security stop them? Does anyone stop them?
Employees are not allowed to, but our security guys, they can, yeah.
Because I was thinking of those crab legs, basically. Taking a couple bags
Yeah,
of those.
Good luck.
Man, they are pretty famous, the crab legs over there. They got them frozen. Mark, have you ever seen them over there? You probably cooked them out. I know you did. Steam them. So anyway, thank you, JR. Dave, Dave with a possible scam. David, what's going on?
You going to call him a name too?
David.
Yes, I'm here.
What's going on?
Well, I've been using Experian to improve my credit over the last few years, and they started a digital checking account, basically, where you put money in it, and you can spend money, and it helps improve your credit. It's like having another debit card.
Wow.
So back in February, I wanted to make a large purchase.
So do you have to
and I didn't
open up
want
an
to use it for
account
my
with
bank
Experian?
Yes.
Honest to goodness, what a great idea. Okay, so go ahead.
All right. So I wanted to make a purchase of a large format, like a computer, and I didn't want to use my bank account. So the most you can transfer in one day or in one time is $2,500.
All right, hold on. I'll come right back to you. Hold on, man. I don't want you to go away. We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Let's start on the east end of town. E470 northbound between I-70 and 56th. Stop and go traffic continues through ongoing road work. We're seeing about 2 or 3 minutes of delays for folks near the DIA area. Northwest of there, I-76 westbound after Highway 2 Sable road work in the right lane as slow driving back from East 120th. It's an easy drive on I-25 north and southbound through town. I-70 east and westbound. No complaints to and from the DIA area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 84 today, overnight low of 56, a warm one tomorrow, high of 91 degrees in the afternoon. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Every business faces challenges, but shipping shouldn't be one of them. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
EuroPlumbingColorado.net means plumbing savings, especially with water heaters. Are you kidding me? $13.99. That's $1,399 for a 40-gallon water tank. Come on, man. And then for a 50-gallon, it's $14.99. That's fully installed with the old one taken out and hauled away. No one can touch their prices, not on these or any plumbing repair or issue. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You know what they say? Put us to the test. 303-668-6844. You know another test I want you to check out? I want you to check out mymoneymyway.com. Now, let me tell you why. Because they promise no losses. They promise guaranteed returns. They promise income for life. And they want to tell you about this and more coming up. So what I want you to do is check out the seminar coming up, because that is going to be incredible. It's in June 20th, I believe, right, Mark? Sheridan DTC. And
that's it.
It's at 6:30. You can find out more. Simply go to 303-779-6600, mymoneymyway.com.
That was very nice that Mark chimed.
What kind of van?
What kind of what?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I was just looking for a four-wheel drive truck to rent for a week.
Or you mean an SUV, basically.
Why do you need to rent it?
Because I'm just going to drive to Nebraska and come back.
It looks like
Do
around
you own a vehicle?
$459.
Yeah.
What do you own?
Like a 94 Dodge van.
A 94 Dodge van?
With a big antenna on top of it.
Not anymore. No, it doesn't have a big antenna anymore. They took that.
When he was banging my neighbor, I remember seeing that van in our
Banging
cul-de-sac.
a neighbor? Holy crap.
Yeah, a lot of guys drive big trucks to compensate. Mine had a 40-foot tower on it. How do you think I'm doing?
His Ford, he has a van.
Yeah.
I said, my God, is that Shannon's van? And my wife said,
Tell me you don't
"Unfortunately."
have handcuffs and shackles in it.
Ooh, no comment.
So, gosh, I'm not looking forward to the heat tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Why don't you just take the truck
No.
and the Bolt?
Oh, I can't be doing that. I can't go four-wheeling on a beach with a station vehicle.
Oh.
Hey, is Dave on today?
Who's Dave?
No, one of my morons. Not the Dave that's on there, another Dave. He's
Not other people you randomly call morons.
I know. I'm
Golly.
sorry. I know. I said, hey, hello, moron. Oh, God.
Oh, is this Charles the moron? No, it's the King of England. What are you saying to me? Great.
Shannon, go to CarMax, test drive a truck for 30 days or.
So mean.
Hey. Shannon, why are you driving to Nebraska?
I go every year this time. The place where you landed the chopper. For
Yeah, the Redneck
eclipse.
Riviera.
Yep, bingo.
When I went out there.
Just have Tom drop you off up there.
Okay. Yeah, just out there for our little pants-free weekend, the Lost Weekend deal.
Why did you hold JR's message? I'm gonna.
What are you talking about?
Somebody held it for review. I let it go. That's automatic.
Under what?
Huh?
You mean on YouTube?
Yeah, it was held for review.
Let me see.
Well, no, I already
I don't
published it, but it was his last
Yeah,
one.
I don't see it.
It says there's only one JR from the road. There are plenty of JRs who are morons, and it was held.
Wow.
Oh, probably because of the use moron calling a name.
Well, hell, we
It's
got
so funny that their algorithm or their AI searches for that. That's why
Yep.
you have to spell stuff with like a symbol for borium in the middle or an asterisk.
If you use all caps, it'll kill you too.
Really?
Oh, it gets reviewed for all caps?
It won't kill you, but
Yeah.
it would kill other people.
Oh, okay.
Doc uses caps.
Chopper, use all caps and
What's
see what
that?
happens.
I commented on some.
Yeah, but
Chopper's
he's
got
a
little wrench.
moderator.
He's got a wrench.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a moderator.
I commented
Okay.
on some band's thing on
Never mind, it
TikTok.
won't work,
a band
Chopper, you're a
called
moderator.
2 Feet. There's a band
Here, I'll
that we
take-
did some stuff with at the
I'll
station.
take all
called
this power
2
away.
Feet. Nobody's listening.
Don't
And I
take.
commented,
So
I have an
There.
official...
Chopper
I have an
no
actual
longer has
2-foot
power.
fetish.
Now use all caps.
Wait, are you talking about Three Doors Down? They
No,
were here.
there's a band called 2 Feet. As a matter of fact, the last concert we did with them here in town, they were too high to go on. Great. But I said on their
See,
TikTok
he just
feed,
did it.
I'm a
Chopper
two-
just
I
did
am a
all
2-foot
caps.
Yeah, he
fetish.
did. That's interesting.
And it
Oh,
got
maybe
banned
we
by
did
TikTok.
change the
I-
all caps rule.
I appealed and they opened it up, but I'm like, God,
Doc doesn't have a
fetish.
wrench,
The
and
word
he does all
fetish threw
caps.
him off.
I swear to God, Shannon.
630 K-How.
I'm Tom Martino, chief moron and bottle washer here. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. David, he's talking about a possible scam. So here's what happened. He opened up an account with Experian, make an online purchase of a computer. What happened then, David?
Well, I made 2 deposits of $2,500, and they contacted me, said I had put too much money in, and that my account was locked.
Oh.
So this is back in February. That $5,000 of my money, it's locked. They say I have to prove that it is actually my bank account.
Oh, my God.
So I called them multiple times.
This is
They-
not the
they
only
gave me an
time. Listen,
email
this is
address.
happening more and more and more. These so-called fraudulent algorithms, we have people with regular bank accounts that get frozen like that. What do you have to
Yeah,
do to
well,
get... No, wait.
here's
What do you
happens.
have to do to get your money?
Exactly. Well, let me finish the story. So this goes on for a couple months. I send emails to prove with my bank statements, all that, to prove that it's my account. I keep calling them. nothing happens, nothing changes. So I get tired of it, and I just kind of figure, well, my money's in this account. They're not going to do anything with it. It's safe, right? Well, yesterday, with no warning, I get an email saying my account has been closed. I call them up.
Where is your money?
The money is gone. They're not going to put it back in my account. Over $5,000. They just took it.
No. We can't let this happen, David. No. You hang on. We're not going to accept this. No. I mean, now this is the Experian, right? Truly the Experian. You hold on. I'm Tom Martino. How the hell did this happen, folks? We need to explore it. Stick around for this one. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Let's get stuff.
Holy crap.
Was Frank in today?
He's coming. He was late.
Yeah, let me get your phone number.
Oh.
Let me get your name and your phone number.
I left the door unlocked for him.
I propped it open with a slipper. Come on in, Frank.
If that's a bad check.
To do that with the security gate?
I don't know.
Give the dogs Benadryl?
They do. It's called Experian Smart Money.
Yeah, I've read all about it already.
Ah, shut up.
It's a good idea.
But it says the account is insured. But how the hell?
They think he was laundering money somehow.
Yeah, but you know what? Seriously, this is bullshit.
He needs to go through that. Who's that organization Doc always talks about?
Yeah, Consumer Finance Protection. That's
There
one.
you go.
That's one solution. But man, this is bad.
Hey, the West Africans are always asking me to launder money. Should I start?
How come I know? How come I know if I put $5,000 into this Experian and opening it up, I will have no issue? How's that possible?
Would you have balls enough to try? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, though, I already know I wouldn't have an issue. Think of how many people probably use this. I mean, why did this guy get flagged? That's what I'm curious of.
Off the air right now, they're looking online at stuff, and they're going, well, it seems like a good idea. I don't know why they're doing it. So,
Must be a bank online. Oh. Is that one with that guy in the...
It says it's got live customer support 7 days a week as well.
On the TV commercial.
Okay, sir, have you called Applewood and talked to any of the people there?
oh my God, I've been a part of so many of those here. Okay, should I just kind of pass along that another person said that they had tried it and it turned out to be garbage? Not because it's malicious, just because of poor follow-through and planning?
Who exactly were you trying to call? Okay, I need to put you on hold. Hold on. Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hello?
Very interesting. All right, well, like I say, I can just pass that on if you want. Only because it would be about 10, okay, because it'd be like 7, 8, 10 minutes before I get going.
All right, so you have two numbers that you called, and
You got
you
it.
were not able to get to a supervisor.
Understood. All right, brother. Well, hey, thank you so much for the insight. You too. Bye.
What did he say?
He just said that he tried it because he needed to improve his credit score, and that he found it very difficult to add funds to it. Because were you guys finding it's a debit card that works like a credit card through them?
It's an online checking account, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
But everything's done. It's not done through writing
He says
checks.
there's little to no ATM action, activity through it. You can't hardly get money into the thing. He says there was only a few retailers, and they always seemed dumbfounded that they were the ones that were allowed to upload money. And he just said, good idea, well-intentioned, poorly thought out and managed. And I said, I can't tell you how many of those operations I've been included with here.
Mark, do you see JR's comment about the list?
About the list. Now let me look.
Referral list.
When were you going to fix a referral list? It is a constant work, JR. Constant.
What? Why fix what?
Well, there's all kinds of things about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the random name calling is another indicator that there's early onset.
Most people can use it fine, though. I mean, I don't know why JR is always struggling.
Sir, you don't have any way to send us that invoice via email or anything like that, so that we can help you further. You don't know how to email. Is there anybody in your
Breezy out there.
that
A lot breezy.
That's a lot breezy when you move that much.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
God, 91's going to be brutal.
Yeah, well, go ahead. What's the category? I know like two or three of the. I'm the idiot running the audio, so I am no help. But what category were you looking for?
Looks like Trump escaped the Georgia trial for a while.
It looks like he's,
JR, you're so full of shit. I literally just went there and typed in roofing, and Excel's number 4.
Oh, well, there's Joe.
I mean, if you can't fucking put in Excel and hit enter, well, I don't know what to tell you. You fuck nut.
Joe, God, I can't remember his last name. Let me get you over to Kelly. Sort of has her poop in a group.
Fannie Willis. Willis Fannie. Dakota Fannie.
Right.
There's so many Fannies. There was that radio team that used to have Fanny Wine or something. I think it was on KHOW too in the morning show.
Oh, really? Is it a person?
Well, that's why I asked.
It was like, it was just a skit. They always did.
Okay.
Hal
Charlie?
So especially after donating to Trump's reelection this past week,
8 million texts.
I was one of those people that sent a C note.
Yep.
They obviously text me constantly now, which is fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind because I applied this news actuality sound clip to his text alerts, and so every time he texts me, I hear this.
And it was just gushing and gushing and gushing. But the gushing didn't stop for 3 hours.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
Oh, Lord.
No. Okay. Don't even.
I can Mason.
So what you need to do is send it to
You got a gusher.
troubleshooter.com. All one word.
Kelly actually sounds like she's working.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. This hour brought to you by GrossmanWellness.com. Grossman Wellness Clinic is where I go every 3 months. You get blood work. In fact, mine is due now. And then you get an exam. You get consultations. You get all of your supplements, even most of your prescriptions, all for a monthly fee of a few $100. It's really remarkable. For $249 get started, just with no obligation, by the way. One time, get blood work, consultation, GrossmanWellness.com. Hey, so this is really pissing me off because we're so helpless when it comes to this. And this is not the only complaint I've gotten about this. If any unusual activity shows up with your online banking, they shut it down. Now, it's not only online bank. Well, I guess it is mostly the complaints we've gotten. We've gotten complaints from people saying that, our algorithm has picked up on unusual activity, or we believe there's fraudulent activity, and they shut down your access. You can no longer log in. You can no longer access your money. It's gone. Sometimes accounts are closed. But here's the thing. They keep your money. So they say, we don't believe it's you. You just deposited $5,000. Where does that money go? Now, certainly someone at Experian should be responsible for at least answering that question. By the way, Experian, the credit bureau, has started with digital checking accounts, and what they say is this: if you use it to make regular monthly payments on all kinds of bills like rent and other things, they will keep track of it, and they will then improve your credit, where sometimes landlords don't report, utility companies don't report. So you can make these payments through Experian and build your credit. Now, I think in concept, it's a great idea. But we got a guy here. David says, I did that. I opened an account. And apparently, the activity they did not like were 2 consecutive deposits. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, and what were the rules that you broke?
Apparently, you can only do $2,500 at once, but they didn't say you couldn't do more than 1 in a day. And apparently, I did 2 in a day.
And so they saw that as a red flag.
Yeah, and locked the account and told me I had to prove it was my bank account, and I did everything they asked me to do multiple times, and they never unlocked it.
Not only that, they closed your account and kept your money. Have you been able to talk to anyone?
No, I mean, well, I've called them, I've talked to them, but they're of no help. They just said, "Sorry, your money's gone." That's all.
Come on, wait. Come on now, David. Did they literally say, "Sorry, your money is gone"?
Well, her words were, "There is no refund coming."
Did they say where the money went?
No. I obviously I got irate, and
do you have a phone number
you
can
get my money back?
So you can actually call on the phone.
Oh yeah, I can call them.
And what do they ask for? Your name, your do you have a verbal password?
They get your name, your last. You have a card, your debit card. So you use your card number. You give them your name, your address, your last 3, your social, so they prove it's you, and then they'll talk to you.
And they say there's fraudulent activity.
No, they're just saying I need to prove that it's my money. And
did any of the deposits that you made get kicked back?
No. No, and I have all that. I have all the banking that proves the money went in.
I would sue them in small claims court. I sure as hell would. I would sue them in small claims court. Now, you can go to the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. That is something you can do. And they will help you. And okay. But I would also, just for the hell of it, I would truly go and do something like I would absolutely do something like small claims, because Mark, they have to have somebody here in Denver, in Colorado, that he can sue.
Banks are a little weird, actually, man.
Well, the Experian's not really a bank.
No, but they use a bank.
This is a company. They're supposed to be helping me with my credit, my finances. They're supposed to be helping me, not stealing my money.
This is ridiculous.
So yeah, I think I should sue them.
Hold on a second.
It
Consumer Finance.
No sense.
I want you to go to consumerfinance.gov.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And then that's where you put in a complaint there. They really do look into them. I mean, it's surprising.
Okay.
But I also want to do
Okay.
the small claims court. So what I'm looking for is a registered agent.
Yeah, it's a federal savings bank, CFSB.
Now, do they have, Mark, do they have couldn't he sue, though, Experian? He could. They're the ones that...
Yeah.
Did you...
I told you, banks are a little strange.
Yeah. But let's see, though. I mean, what I'm saying is, I mean, damn, these people can't, to me, they can't just do it. I'm looking for the government.
They didn't.
Go ahead.
They didn't even give me a warning. They didn't say, you need to do something, and it's just all of a sudden I just get an email saying it's done, it's closed.
Golly.
And that makes absolutely no sense. It's just wrong.
Well, it is, and we're gonna. What I want to do is I want to do a few things. The first thing I want to do is I want you to be able to do the small claims, but we have to look. I'm trying to find the Secretary of State's thing so I can.
I think it's going to be the Experian Information Solutions.
Yeah, you're going to have to do something like that and do a small claim. I would. Plus, I think what we need to do is, in addition to that, we need to go and get the conference call going with you and maybe Deputy Dollar to call to them, and let's witness this. I mean, truly, let's witness this, because I swear to God. Mark, did you look at the Colorado business lookup? Did you look it up?
Yeah, I think it is Experian Information Solutions, Inc. I'm pretty sure that's the Experian we're talking about. But once again, I mean, all they do is give it a name. I mean, it's a good place to start in small claims.
Yeah. So, who is Mark? Who is the registered agent?
It's an easy one. It's just one of these.
It's the CT Corporation system on Arapahoe Road. Man, that place is a agent for a lot of companies. So, did you get that, man? Look for Experian Information Solutions, Inc. And then
on Colorado Secretary
and
of
it's
State.
CT Corporation system. They are a professional registered agent. What they do is keep a location in the state for these companies. And it's at 7700 East Arapahoe Road, Suite 220. I don't know what's actually there. But that's what I would do. And then,
I would be curious on something like this with fraud. I'd love to hear let's say they show up. I'd love to hear their side of the story. I mean, I can't imagine.
No, neither can I, Mark. I can't imagine how they could justify it.
Where did the money come from, man? Where did it come from?
My bank account. I transferred it from my bank account.
And you traced it, and you showed them where it came from.
Yeah.
And it's the same Social Security numbers on both bank accounts, same name.
Yep.
This is absolutely unheard of. It's unheard of.
I was shocked, completely shocked.
Okay, Deputy Dollar needs to call with them. I want to film this. I want you to take a video of yourself on the phone with Experian telling you about this. I do. You know how to do that, right?
Okay.
Okay, Tom.
Dollar, this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, think about this. They're telling him your money's gone, so you're going to say, wait a minute. I mean, it can't just be gone. Now, did you go to your bank and try to claw back?
Pardon?
Did you go to your bank?
Did I go to my...
And try to claw it back?
No, it just happened yesterday, and like I said, that money went in February. They just closed it yesterday, so
All right, hold on.
I worked last night.
Warren's got a comment on this. Go ahead, Warren. What's your comment?
I don't know if it relates, but I bought a house in 2021, and I had Experian. It's called Experian Boost, where they include your rent and utilities and all that.
Yeah. That's not the checking account, but that is Experian. Yes, I know about that program. Yes.
I'm just saying they made me take that off in order to get approved for my house loan. So
They made you take
I
what
don't know.
off?
The boost
The
part,
boost.
where I added in my rent and utilities for
What?
credit. Yeah, they did, and that was American financing. So
Wow, that's weird that they wouldn't allow you to use Boost. Boost is actually more accurate than regular credit scores.
I mean, they just said I had to take off the boost part of Experian, is what they told me. So
Yeah, because they wanted to get a FICO without your normal rent and stuff, which is stupid. I'm Tom Martino. Hang on, folks. Dave, let's hook you up with Deputy Dollar. I'm going to mark this down. Crazy stuff. We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
Hey, did you know that one of the largest U.S. flags in the state of Georgia stands proudly in Pure Talk's parking lot? Now, to honor that flag, Pure Talk is supporting America's Warrior Partnership. Now, they have a mission to prevent veteran suicide. Now, you can help this great cause simply by making the switch to Pure Talk before Flag Day. Get America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250. Say the keyword save now for superior cell phone service, half the price of Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and you get to help a vet in need.
You know, you want Fix-It 24/7 to your home now to go through your AC before the extreme heat comes. Believe me, there's going to be a time I tell you, sorry, can't get it done. But right now, new customers, $39. What Fix-It will do is come to your home and go through your air conditioner, 2 hours worth of cleaning, deep cleaning, and adjusting and tuning, and they will give you a no breakdown guarantee. Make sure your AC is running right and efficient. They can increase efficiency up to 30%. You need to call them 720-526-3939. Just $39. It's an incredible deal. FixMyHome.com. Excel Roofing, you always hear me say as in excellent, E-X-C-E-L. Excel Roofing, let me tell you about them. When roofers come to your door and say you have to sign something for them to inspect your roof, don't believe it. Also, never sign a contract with a penalty clause. How about that? Never. There, you eliminate 80-90% of the ripoffs. Never sign a contract that requires money up front. There you go. How about that? Yeah, I know there's a lot of pissed off roofers, but I'm telling you, don't do it. And another thing, don't sign anything that is not complete and detailed with every single material and labor you need. Now, there might be auxiliary claims, but they should put down the basics for you. And this is all before your insurance company takes a look. And the only company that'll do all that is excelroofing.com. And until I find another one that does that, it's only excelroofing.com. 303-761-6400.
That was that moment at that press conference where he walked off
when
and
he,
smiled like that. I was like,
when he walked to the
Oh,
other
is that,
end of the
yeah, is that
stage,
Biden where he
had
forgot
that
where he
oh
was?
my God, is that surreal?
Didn't he forget where he was?
Well, he's
No, it was
responding to a
his shit-eating grin.
And what was he grinning about?
He was
No, it
responding
wasn't
to a
even a
question from a reporter.
Yeah, it wasn't even a shit-eating grin.
Yes,
though.
it was.
just
It was an I
creepy.
just effed my daughter grin.
It was a shit-eating grin.
Correct.
Very creepy.
Because the reporter said, Donald Trump believes he is a political prisoner and that you've brought these charges against him to try to keep him from campaigning. Is there any truth to that? And that's when this kitty sniffer turned around and gave that glaring smile to the reporter. That is a threat to democracy. Hang on while I answer the phone. Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang? Oh, shoot a poodle. Well, you're the only fella in there, so don't run off. Hang on. I was in the queue. This is Dave.
You know, this story about Experian, that is crazy. I mean, if this guy's telling the truth, they basically just took his money. So where does the money go?
Chopper, okay, Chopper, are you on?
Sort
Yeah,
of.
I'm here.
My God, man. So if I go to Google or Yahoo and type in XL, the letter X and L, you think XL Roofing's going to come up?
No, I just
Oh.
I'm familiar with tags, and I always thought tags were for when us dummies typed in the wrong thing.
It is. It is. That's exactly what. Yeah, they have. Eventually, they should have something like that.
XL is also 40.
Because I always get the wrong power company.
Oh, that's funny.
But wouldn't you type in power company then instead of trying to spell Excel in 10 different ways?
Well,
It's hard to say what people are doing. Stop.
Thank you, Shannon. You're answering for me. You're correct.
Yeah.
My God.
But you're right, Mark. You couldn't anticipate everyone.
What do I take 500 companies and come up with anything someone could possibly put in? The letters XL would have never entered my mind in a million years.
He's probably got a large.
People
XXL.
go there. People go there and type in roofing, and then the fucking roofers show up.
Gotcha.
that would be too logical. What are you talking about?
I know, like someone's going to go. Do you really think JR is so stupid he typed in XL,
Yes.
and that's why he couldn't find Excel roofing?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I don't think he meant that though.
Well, he certainly wasn't looking for condoms.
I think what he meant was I punched in Excel by name, meaning EXCEL by name. But I don't know what the fuck he did. I don't know why he wouldn't type in roofers.
You heard the name.
Ah, how I love discussions during breaks.
Yeah, they're okay.
Actually, the YouTubers do.
Here you go.
Hey, did anyone catch Fauci? Dr. Fauci testifying before Congress? You know, that is the only man in the world that can speak out of both sides of his mouth depending on what you ask and when you ask it. Remember the time he was telling you how face masks don't work? Then he said they did. And then the 6-foot distancing, he admitted to Congress he had no basis in science whatsoever. None. Zero. I mean, and then the lab leak theory. He said, oh, yeah, I was open to that the whole time. And he absolutely said there is no way that this was created in a lab. So, I mean, does he think we don't watch the news and we don't see what he says? I mean, the guy, I swear to God, if someone took the time, they could edit his comments on how much he contradicts himself.
They wanted to cover up that Wuhan leak like I've never seen, man. Besides the Biden laptop.
Yeah, and you know what? They literally, Congress brought out communications with Zuckerberg on Facebook where the government told them, do not allow this. I mean, we had our government dictating what you see on social media. And you want to know something? I'm sorry, but that doesn't go, no matter who you're protecting. I don't care who it is. I've always argued for unabridged freedom of expression and speech. Totally. Even hate speech. Yep, even hate speech. We don't have to read it and love it, and we can try to educate morons, but we don't have to shield them from seeing stuff. It's, oh God, I am so disappointed with this country and people who have the gall to call themselves Americans who want to have censorship. Literally, liberals are in favor of censorship. They absolutely are. They are absolutely in favor of censorship. I want to know how that they reconcile that. How? Now, there are a lot of things maybe conservatives are in favor of that I just happen to be talking about freedom of speech right now. When did it become a liberal thing to be against a freedom? When? Oh, they're going to say, well, that's because, it goes against our narrative. It's dangerous. See, I always love that. It's dangerous or hateful as an excuse. You should be able to say anything you want about anything you want, and it might be disgusting and hateful. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're not going to listen to them if we have a half a brain. David, what's going on with you, David? Oh, is this the same? No, this is something else, isn't it?
We got two Davids here.
Yeah, you're the one with stock trading. Talk about it, David.
Correct. Well, I am 81 years old.
Yeah.
My main source of income is Social Security, so I'm always looking for ways to augment that. I do a little construction work when I can get it. But I look at stock trading and option trading, and there's
My
all these
God, an
services
81-year-old on Social Security should never be looking at options. But go ahead.
Never mind. There's all these services out there that are advisory services.
Sure.
Okay.
That's right.
So it used to be that most of these advisory services, the ones that were decent, were saying, you try our service for 30 days or 90 days or whatever, and if you don't like it, you get your money back.
Are you talking about investment? Wait. Are you talking about investment advisors?
Yes.
They're not allowed to offer you money back guarantees.
Well, this is just things on the internet,
Okay,
services
got
of
it.
various kinds, and this particular company is Market Traders Daily, and they have all kinds of services. Lately, most of them will advertise, if you're not happy, 100% guarantee, we will give you another service that you like better. So I can't afford to go and pay $2,000 for something where I might get another service that I like better. That's basically saying you're not going to get your money back. And I never...
Did you sign up with them?
Those. I signed up because they had 100% money back guarantee if you're not happy in 90 days.
But okay, why did you believe that?
Maybe I just have a trusting nature.
Okay. No, I get it. Are they supposed to be a registered investment advisory firm?
No. It's just an advice, period.
Well, they're not allowed. That's what I'm getting at. They're breaking.
It's like Pro. If you go to MSNBC, you can pay for the Pro Edition articles.
Okay, but if they're articles, they're not specific. They're not Okay, that's different. If they're not giving specific advice, he said it's an investment advisory. Were they telling you what to invest in?
They were saying, we suggest you buy such and such at such and such a price on this date, and so forth. Yes.
Well, they're breaking. I can't even tell you how many laws they're breaking. They're not supposed to do that. They can give general advice.
There are a lot of companies that do it.
Well,
But
there are, Tom. There's a lot of companies.
I've subscribed to other companies that did the same thing, and they would send me my money back. No problem. I've had that happen many, many times.
Okay.
This one,
well, I can tell you who to complain to because they will look into it. Look at the government really takes this stuff seriously. Really takes it seriously.
Okay.
I mean that I don't know what to tell you, bro. I mean, you're going to get your money back if they advertise it. They're going to do it. This is ridiculous. That I can't believe that they would advertise money back guarantees. Now, they can give general investment advice. I don't know exactly how they worded it.
Well, wait, Tom, maybe you're not thinking it right. The money back guarantee is generally these things you pay, let's say you pay 40, 50, 100,
no, I
whatever
get it.
it is
For the
month.
publication, right?
That's right. You get that back.
That they can do. But in the publication itself, they cannot react to specific market events and make specific recommendations. They absolutely, positively cannot.
Now, my fault here, my bad, was that I did not take a screenshot of their ad. And, of course, they've taken it down.
Well, you can get your money back. These guys will give your money back.
Tell me who to complain to.
Well, there's all kinds of people. The Securities and Exchange Commission enforces trading laws. The state administrator, if they're advertising into Colorado, the FINRA, Financial Industry Regulation Authority, and the North American Securities Administration Association. There's a ton of people.
I don't think they're doing any of that. I don't think they're doing that.
Well,
I
then
think
then he misunderstood. But they still have to abide. And by the way, these organizations are for people giving financial investment advice. Okay, and there's even something called FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Unit. Now, all I'm saying is this: if they gave specific advice, buy this on this day at this price, they're breaking the law. Okay? Now.
Well, there's thousands of people doing that. I don't see how that works.
Well, okay.
It's just all over the place.
You know what? I'll go up against anyone who says it's not against the law. It absolutely, positively is against the law. Now, they're not allowed. In fact, they can't make a blanket recommendation like that unless they didn't. And there's all kinds of disclaimers and all kinds of other crap you're not telling me about. So like the ones Mark talks about.
Emails with their.
What's
I
that?
have emails with their recommendations.
Do you have
I
some?
mean, like
So I
Jim
still-
Cramer. I mean, he's got all his picks and recommendations, but you have to join the BC and. And it's a subscription each month.
Right.
And, I mean, you can follow what he invests
But
in.
even the subscriptions can't give specific buy and sell advice. They can't do it. Okay.
Well, I think what they show in his is what he literally is buying.
Okay, he can say, here's what I'm doing. Of course you can. Just like with the law, if you're not an attorney, you can't give legal advice. But how many times do we say, Mark, this is what I would do?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I am sure there are things that happened, or this guy, there are things that he heard that he thought were specifically meant to buy or not buy, and it turns out they weren't. But it doesn't matter. He should still get his money back if they advertise his money back. What reason did they give you for not giving your money back?
They didn't. The woman said, "I'll take it up with Steve," and then that's all she said. And then I got an email back saying, "Well, if you didn't like this service, why don't you try this other service that we have?"
Where's their guarantee?
I
I don't see it on here. I don't see their guarantee on here.
That's the problem. They took that down. I can't find it either. I went to Wayback
How did you pay
Machine
these
and
people?
Internet
How did you pay them?
archives,
How did you pay them?
Credit card.
Okay. Logically, what am I
Yes.
going to say next?
I went and had them charged back, and they said, "No, it's been past 90 days. After 90 days, it's not charged back." But
That
the deal
sucks.
on the guarantee was
That's
you
true.
have to make these trades. You have to make all these trades for 90 days.
No.
And
Fraud,
if
you
show
can
that
go
you made
beyond
all
90
these trades
days.
for 90 days. Pardon me?
By the way, here's what it says.
He already. He's saying he lost it.
Listen to this. This company is not registered or licensed or governed by and gives no specific investment recommendations on any security. That this is in their own paperwork. Do your own research and talk to a licensed investment professional before making any investment. This communication is for
they all have that.
general information only. So, I mean, in their own website. So tell me what they recommended to you, by the way. Give me an example.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. One that I remember is BMY, Bristol Myers.
Yeah. And what did they say?
Did not do well at all.
But what did they say was good about it?
well,
What did they say about it?
Well, they said they have a lot of new drugs in their pipeline and they're going to do well, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. By the way, you do know this, right? You do know you're playing with fire at 81 years old trying to do trading?
Yes, I do.
No, I'm serious. It's
my account is
it's unsuitable for you.
My account is okay.
I mean,
my
how
account
much
is
money do you
$500.
have? How much money are we talking about that you're investing?
$500.
Oh my God. Okay, that's
He's
play.
just having fun, man.
That's what I was just going to say. That's play money. That's not going to hurt you.
Follow someone like Jim Cramer, man. Someone that
Yeah.
at least has an investment club he's been doing
Exactly.
forever. It's $29 a month.
Exactly. And you can, as an investment
Yeah, or
club,
buy whatever Nancy Pelosi buys.
David, if you're doing play
my
money,
issue is trying to get these guys.
how much
do what
money
they
do
said
you?
they were gonna
How
do.
much money did you pay for them?
$2,000.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
We need someone to call them. So, David, hey, Dollar, do you want to take
their phone number?
Chopper, do you want who should I give this to? Yeah, hold on, we'll give you to somebody.
Have Chopper sink
Chopper,
his teeth into it.
Can you call him, man?
Yeah, I can do it.
I want to look at his emails too, but just say, look, he doesn't want the service anymore. And by the way, I would fight with my credit card company too, David, and I would call it fraud. That's out and out fraud. That's all I would say. I wouldn't give an explanation. I joined this and didn't join that. I'd say you were signed up under false pretenses and they're totally fraudulent. You see, fraud does not have a 90-day limit.
I think with the credit cards, though, a lot of the banks just say, screw it. Now, I agree with you.
Yeah.
If you actually could figure out who to sue and go through it, maybe.
Anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
New delays south of the Denver Metro, I-25 southbound before Spruce Mountain Road. That's exit 173. A crash blocking two right lanes has stop and go back from Plum Creek Parkway, exit 181. At the moment, we're seeing about a 40-minute delay for folks leaving the Denver Metro on the south end. Into town proper and over on the east end, E470 northbound. Slow driving continues through roadwork between I-70 and Pena Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, another warm one out there today. High 84, partly cloudy skies. Overnight low of 56. Tomorrow mostly sunny and warm out there with a high of 91. The current temperature in Denver is 74 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale is here. Save up to $500 on select adjustable bed sets like the all-new Temper Adapt collection with advanced pressure relief to help reduce aches and pains. Plus, get a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Hurry into Mattress Firm today.
QCColorado.net. QC Colorado is the place that I highly recommend. Actually, it's QCColorado.com. I'm sorry. QCColorado.com. You know what? It's one of the best purchases I have ever made. Why do I say that? Because it is. And I'm talking about a whole house fan, quiet, cool, whole house comfort. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419. It keeps your house cool. It keeps it comfortable. Way better than just air conditioner. Now, there are times your air conditioner will work. But with the quiet, cool, whole house fan, science tells you those convective currents equal out the temperature and your air conditioner will work less. Sometimes 80 to 90% less. I'm serious. You know what? You got to check them out. And they come and can do it in a couple hours. They have openings in their schedule, but when the heat comes, you'll be sorry if you waited. 303-800-3419. 800-3419. That's QCColorado.com. John Fuller. He's a personal injury expert. You've heard him on the show today even talking about premises liability. John can handle any and all of your personal injury. He's our accident lawyer here. We call him all the time for information. If you're injured in an accident and you're wondering, what do I do now? You call John Fuller because there's never an obligation. You call him for free information. And then if you like what you hear, and the main thing is you're going to hear it. You're going to hear it from him. You're going to talk to him. And if you like what you hear, you can hire him on a percentage fee basis. And he'll work for you. You get his cell phone number to call or text at any time. That's what I call personal attention. You don't talk to a call center. You talk to John. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
That was great. Thank you.
So, so they wanted $100,000 more.
Food
and so they wanted like
they have the meats,
58.75, and it needed a roof. It doesn't have a basement.
You know, you like getting your lips on that.
Said, look, don't rush into this. Look for a house. Hey, Mark.
Mark. What did he do? Did he walk off?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
God, that's loud.
Must be a jelly.
Yep. Pneumococcal pneumonia. If you pneumococcal like I pneumococcal, what? Makes me nervous to hear that so many times.
No.
Pneumococcal.
Really?
Really, 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 really.
What? What now? What?
I don't know. Hey, good point, News Junkie. No, it wasn't News Junkie. Who
Nudes
put that?
junkie?
Tom, you were just telling that guy what to say to get his credit card money back, right?
Was I?
But apparently yesterday you were saying that anybody can do credit card fraud at any time and get away with it.
They can. They will get away with it.
And these people did.
They will get away with it. So that doesn't mean you can't get your money back. Contesting a charge and getting away with it are two different things.
Yeah, I don't know what you said yesterday. I'm reading YouTube stuff.
Well, get away with credit card fraud, yes. But that doesn't mean the credit
you
card
mean like stealing someone's number and ordering something.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hard to get in trouble for that.
Yeah, no one does. You see, the thing about YouTube morons, they want to hear what they want to hear and create a contradiction where there isn't one.
I don't hear you struggling for breath like David Carradine. That's probably what they want to hear.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So here's the deal. I told the guy, call it fraud. Somebody else said, you said people get away with credit card fraud. Which one is it? It's both. It's both. People get away with it. You see, we've had plenty of cases where people discovered fraud on their card and they were reimbursed from the credit card company. So they were not a victim. So they could not claim fraud or they couldn't be a victim, which is fine.
They have no standing at that point.
Yeah, they have no standing. But the credit card company and the banks did not go after, and the merchant's not a victim either because the merchant gets paid anyway. So, what I'm saying is the person who commits the crime gets away with it, just like this online, this market trader, they'll get away with it.
My favorite example of that wasn't a credit card. We had, meaning you, myself, and Suzanne, had someone steal a check, write the check out for $2,000 with our account
50 grand, Mark,
information.
50.
Or 50 grand, walk into the bank
on a Friday afternoon,
get the money
with a photocopy, and there was no watermark.
We got our money back, but they would never tell us who that person was.
They wouldn't even go after
though they
them.
had the fingerprint.
They wouldn't even go after him. They wouldn't even go after him.
We had no
we
standing.
Called the police. The police went to Vectra Bank, and Vectra Bank would not cooperate.
No. And remember, they lost 50 grand in this. We didn't.
Right. Would not cooperate. Economic crime goes unpunished unless you're Donald Trump. It absolutely goes unpunished. And
yeah, but then you're saying he committed a crime. I'd argue
No,
that.
I'm just saying, okay, economic whatever. They won't even go after it. I mean, I imagine technically, they might find something that he did on a falsification of a document, but unintentionally. But what I'm getting at is, it's ridiculous. Now, speaking of that, by the way, what's really funny is, do you know in New York? Listen to this. In New York, there have been multiple felonies downgraded to misdemeanors. Downgraded. Except In Trump's case, it was exactly the opposite. The misdemeanors were elevated to felonies because there was another crime it was supposedly covering up, but that other crime was never prosecuted, ever. So it is the, God almighty. But here's another thing, New York, Alvin Bragg. The worst excuse, my God, the worst excuse for a lawyer I have ever seen in my life. Not because of the Trump thing, but because of the shambles New York and Manhattan is in. So what's really weird is you had people robbing a store, a veteran Marine who owned the store stabbed the guy. The guy came over the counter at him. He stabbed the guy. The guy died. The shop owner was charged with manslaughter. The guy was charged. And then there were cases where the criminal was apprehended by people. The people were charged, and the criminal got away with it. You look up these cases, I swear to you, it is unbelievable what goes on in New York City. New York City was a really fine city. It's turned into a trash dump. And you can thank Alvin Bragg for that. What a piece of garbage. Absolutely a piece of garbage. And Latita James, the whole gang, garbage. That's what they are. Unprofessional garbage. They ruin the state. They've ruined the city. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We got more coming right up. Get your calls in. We got open lines for the first time this morning.
Yep.
Now,
Did I just delete the... Oh, for God's sakes.
Just tell me, bro.
Through Commerce City, I-270.
Lazara and Made in the Shade. Jesus. I thought the show was over. I mean, it feels over, but...
And it ended downtown showing...
Lazara and Made in the Shade. Big dummy.
Colfax, I-70 eastbound, no complaints to DIA. I-70 westbound, you're going to see some slow traffic around 270 and then further west and closer to downtown between Steel Street and York. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, another warm one out there today, high 84 degrees, overnight low of 56. Tomorrow mostly sunny and even warmer with a high of 91 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 76 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for...
Oh, shoot, there's a Blindster spot.
...box retailers. Blindster blinds are...
Do you want me to separate you just a little? I'm going to play a 30.
Expensive pro.
Right.
Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Michael Brown here for Aspenwood Dental. I know a lot of people who have very complex dental...
I wish I could see those coming, but they're just listed as traffic spot. They don't even say what they are.
You want to know going in that these dentists are experts at handling your complex dental problem. Aspenwood Dental.
It's not like when we make sure the Troy Hansford plays right before Frank.
Get comfortable that you've made.
Kidding, Frank.
Going to Aspenwood Dental. Schedule your appointment today online and be sure and tell them Michael Brown sent you. Go to aspenwooddental.com. That's aspenwooddental.com.
If you are looking for a criminal defense attorney, you may say, Tom, when would I have to do that? Well, I hope you never have to. But if you are, for a DUI, maybe smoking weed and you were driving, or some other stupid mistake, or maybe you were falsely accused or extenuating circumstances, I don't care about that. What I care about is this. Don't get ripped off, because, yeah, you can get ripped off even in the legal profession. So I want you to call someone I know and trust for many, many years, Joe Lazzara, Lazzara, and here's what I love. Free initial consultations, and then listen to this, flat rate pricing. You can find Lazzara Legal or Joe Lazzara on a referral list at referrallist.com. You can find him at lazzaralegal.com or 303-429-6200. Hey, Made in the Shade, talk about window coverings of any kind. They have some really high-tech stuff right now, solar-powered, battery-powered. They have controlled by your cell phone. They have all kinds of wonderful stuff. And you know what? Made in the Shade carries all of them. And they come and measure and help you pick out the right stuff with a designer free of charge. If you decide that's what you want to do, then they order and install. They do it all. That's denvershades.co. That's denvershades.co. Made in the Shade, 720-458-6566.
Thank you. 3.5.
Thanks. Do you want anything, Frank?
Frank!
Go get something real quick.
Turn on his mic, Tom.
3 minutes.
Tom!
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to what?
Turn on Frank's microphone before you leave. Turn on Frank's mic before you leave.
It's on. Go ahead.
Turn on Frank's mic.
It's on. You can talk, Frank.
Is it?
Hey, Tom, turn
Frank.
on Frank's mic.
Hey, Frank, are you there? Frank.
Frank.
Hey, guys.
There he is.
What's up, man?
Hey, brother. I had to
What
get
are you
here
up to?
late. I was negotiating a contract. How you
How'd it
guys
go?
doing?
Doing good. Did you sell the house, though?
Well, we're close to under contract. We'll find out this afternoon. I think it'll go under contract, though.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know who I'd like to put a contract on?
What's that?
Huh? What?
Oh, he's saying he wants to be like a mafia hitman and put a contract out.
I thought he was a mafia hitman.
He is.
That's funny. Any good Seinfeld episodes lately, Mark?
No, I've been watching, okay, you want to go back a ways. I've been watching Roseanne.
Yeah.
And King of Queens. Those have been the two I've been absorbing.
King of Queens, huh?
Oh, I love that Kevin James.
Oh, he's a
so
trip.
funny.
Did you see him in Mall Cop?
Yes, loved it.
Oh, he is so funny.
Loved it. And I love him in
All
that
Blart.
King of Queens, and I love Jerry Stiller.
He plays in another one where he's an MMA fighter. Have you seen that one where he plays with the Fonz, Henry Winkler?
Here comes the boom.
Yeah, Here Comes the Boom is the name of it. It's a great movie. It's funny.
Oh. Good friend of mine from high school that became a woman. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday. Never a good-looking guy, even a worse one. Yeah, it's gotta be weird, man. Yesterday, Scott Hastings' birthday.
I don't know if I could listen to Broadway music all day.
Oh, you might be hetero. Oh, here we go.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show, folks, and I want to know what's on your mind because we're solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. And one of the things I wanted to talk about, when it comes to online advice, if they are giving blanket advice, which I've looked at all these sites, and they all are, and the case that Mark was talking about, they're actually doing an investment club. There are all kinds of things that are allowed, but they can't do a specific amount of advice to a particular person for their circumstances. They can say, this looks like a good buy. This looks like a great stock to buy. I'm buying this stock, all kinds of ways. But, you know, one thing that I'm pretty happy about, and that is the securities laws lately, and I mean, when did Madoff happen? How long ago? They've really gotten good at enforcing.
Long time ago.
And so, Mark, since then, it really made me feel good when I started looking into this stuff, how protected people are. They really are. Now, if our government does anything, it enforces the hell out of securities laws, investing, counselors, broker-dealers, all of that stuff. And because there was so much financial fraud going on. and there are places to call. The thing is that it's something to be taken seriously. Now, so that guy, I think if we call and apply pressure to these people, they're going to give that money back. But I could find no money back guarantee anywhere. Again, there is something that, like, for example, he'll say there's going to be a stock bounce back. Well, that's general crap, or there's going to be a correction. That kind of stuff you can do. Now, 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, is with us. He'll be coming up in the next couple of hours as well. If you have any real estate problems, questions, complaints, or you just want to know about the market, we'll talk about that. Plus, any of your problems, don't sit on them. Let's get them solved on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, or as I said, you can always call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466.
What if my problems are hemorrhoids? Then I have to sit on them. No, nothing.
What?
If my problems are hemorrhoids, then I have to sit on them.
No, you can call about hemorrhoids. It's okay.
Oh, you know what that reminds me of?
What?
Other pains in the ass.
Your tease about coming up after the break. We're going to
Hemorrhoids.
talk about
Hemorrhoids.
veins.
What did I say we're going to talk about?
Veins.
Veins.
More medical stuff. As you get older, have you noticed that, Mark? These old guys constantly talk about medical problems.
Yes.
Yes.
It is kind of crazy, actually. My dad's 80, and he plays poker 2 or 3 times a week at the retirement, community. Yeah. And he says it's horrible. All we do is sit around, with everybody's newest shit going on.
I got a goiter.
Exactly.
My duodenum's back. You what now?
Yeah.
Do I hear Scott?
Yes, Mark.
What's up, brother?
How are you?
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Well, that's good, man.
I know.
Let's see here. Did you call? What did you get assigned today? Nothing?
Dave and
The securities people. No?
securities, right.
Okay, good.
Experian.
Versus going to the
Experian, that's it.
I use this maybe 5%.
Okay.
Only with bad weather in the winter mostly.
Yeah.
I had the kids here, but most of the time I like getting out and going.
That's good.
Who?
But having that,
I got a
equipment's not
garage
bad.
door
That's
guy
nice.
coming out.
Yeah, that's really nice.
The one thing that doesn't, I have to use that bench for abs because there's not really a good ab thing here. You can do like pull downs with those, like
The ab
this.
buster.
Yeah.
That helps a little bit.
Yeah.
It's really hard. Abs are the one thing, the core.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the machines at the gym for that.
That's good.
Have you been working out,
Oh,
Frank?
every morning. We get up at
Yeah.
we start early. I start
Every
early.
morning?
Almost every morning. Most
Well,
mornings.
it's good to do every other day, I thought.
So we get up. We have to do it early because that's the only time I could do it.
What do you do?
We do bench on Mondays is bench, tries.
Oh, so you alternate. Okay,
Yeah, we
that's
alternate. Yeah, and then Tuesdays we do legs, and then Wednesdays
You
we
and
do
your son?
biceps. And my son, yeah, he's guy's strong, man. We have a boxing thing set up in the basement, and he's at that age where I don't want him hitting me, man. So I just get the pads, and I just let him hit the pads, and I work with him that way. But yeah, I don't want him to spar with me anymore. That hurts. So, he's got a heck of a right punch. But it's great exercise, and
Always cold in here.
Are you listening, Mark?
I'm listening.
Have you ever heard of a company or a service where if you're selling a car, they hold the title and they hold your check until everything's done correctly?
Yeah, it's out of business, but we had one for a while.
Okay.
I don't know of any current one that does that. I would just use a bank.
Okay.
But I sure wouldn't take a check. You know, a bad check can creep back up on you in 3 months, man.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Checks are useless. They ought to just do away with them.
Dang it. Okay, here it is. I'm going to have to pop out in a few. I got a garage door opener guy coming.
Mark, remember, I told you I loaned a guy money, and he wanted to pay me back, and he paid me back with an investment in something.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Oh. I didn't fall for it, but...
At least not as hard as you could have.
No. I'm a sucker, not for investment stuff, but for helping friends. It just, not anymore. My friends now are not in low places, but I used to have, people, oh my God.
You would lend out stuff and never see it
No,
again.
I know it. I don't even want to talk about it.
Like four-wheelers.
Jesus Christ, Mark. What I lost, I still have a Hotsy, a $5,000 pressure washer somewhere.
I'm pretty sure you're missing a whole tractor.
Yep, I am. That too. Yep. I really am. That's all true shit, man. That's true.
It's kind of like
Yep, true stuff.
trust company?
Yeah.
Or an equity company?
Yeah.
Family good? Doing good, though, Brad?
What's that?
Family okay? Everybody good? My mom's taking a cruise next week. Going to Cozumel. Yeah, I'm glad for her.
That's nice. She's a sweetie.
She loves the show, by the way. She usually watches on YouTube.
They probably charge, yeah.
Percentage of the sale. Probably a flat fee.
She does watch on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very cool.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Right? And what should Trump do next to ensure victory in November? The GOP posting regarding Pride Month? What do you think of that? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. Talk about beautiful bathrooms. If you want a tub-to-shower conversion, one of the finest I've ever seen, no maintenance, beautiful glass panels, stone-like walls, stone resin, and you have perimeter drains, no thresholds to walk or stumble over, benches, grab bars, soap dishes, whatever you want. You make it custom. They can get it done in 2 or 3 days and 72 months to pay. No interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. All right. Frank Duran, the real estate man's with us. We love talking real estate from time to time. So let me get to a wide shot here so I can get Frankie in there. I'm not insinuating I need a wide shot for you. I meant a 2-shot. Frankie, so what, we ask this every time, and I really want to know, because to me, real estate is it could be a leading indicator. It could be, actually, it's all kinds. I mean, it's mostly, I think, a concurrent indicator of the economy, because if people feel things are really bad, they won't buy it. They feel they're really good. So what are people doing now with real estate?
Well, Tom, we've seen rates go down just a little bit, which has been good, but quite honestly, we've seen inventory up, which has been great for buyers. Buyers are having a few more choices out there. And I think
Why do you think that now? Why do you think inventory's up?
Well, I'll tell you what, I think a lot of sellers were thinking the same thing. Let's list it in May and June, and suddenly we're seeing more people put their homes on the market. So we're seeing a bit more of that. And I think some people just kind of riding the storm or realizing, okay, rates may not drop low anytime soon, although they dropped a little bit. Inflation's been above the Fed's 2% target, so the policymakers are looking for increased confidence before they decide to drop rates. They've teased it, but really just haven't seen them drop them very low.
Okay, so as far as prices, are they adjusting a little or what?
Believe it or not, Tom, prices have gone up. We had a really strong month in April and May, yeah. But at the same time, though, I've also noticed just even going into this month, there's been a few more choices out there for buyers. So in some price segments, it's not moving as quickly. But I'll tell you this, the sweet spot still remains between $500 to $750. That's for single-family homes. That makes up about 40% of the market.
And what about, does anyone even bother anymore with fix and flips?
Oh, we see them from time to time. We do.
But there aren't any deals out there,
Oh,
are there?
not like we saw in 2008, Tom. Boy, I remember you and I had a great conversation, I think around 2009, 2010 about those kind of things. We don't see it as extreme as we did before, no, but there's deals out there to be made. There's people out there where, they could buy a fix and flip and still get a decent deal.
Okay. And as far as the rates right now, interest rates, what are you seeing your customers get?
Well, you know what? Right now, we're just a squish below 7. I think we're about 6.9 on a conventional, and FHA, VA in the low 6s. So we're seeing it around there, but we're also seeing a lot of buyers go in with the idea that they need a 2-1 buy down or maybe get a point paid, where they're asking the seller to pay the concessions. But because we're still in a seller's market, it's an inventory thing, they're still bumping up the price where the seller's still getting above asking price, but at the same time paying some of that back towards closing costs on some deals, not all.
All right, so people have gotten used to it then. Basically, people are used to the market, so now prices are normalizing. For a while, they went down a bit because of the interest. People had to, okay, so, and we're getting a little more supply.
Yeah.
And is that because of summer?
Oh, I think that has a lot to do with it because there's more people.
Because kids are out of school. That's mostly the time people move, right?
That's right. But think of this too, Tom. When the rates were down to 3.5%, think of those crazy bidding wars where it was not unusual back then, where homes were going 50, 80, sometimes 100,000 over asking. They were paying. The buyers were bringing cash to the table to cover the appraisal gap. They might have had lower interest rates, but they were paying more for real estate. Now it's adjusted a bit better, where maybe the rates are higher, but they're not having to pay as much as they were getting as extreme in those bidding wars.
Okay, so are people, I love knowing about this. Are people doing lateral moves, stepping up right now in this market, or stepping down? Because in the older market, just a few years ago, they were doing step-ups, bigger houses, nicer houses. What are they doing now? The same, lower, higher, what?
Tom, I see it all over the board because I have a certain percentage.
Anything, like I can imagine has to do with ages? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No. I see a certain percentage of my sellers actually that move out of state. They say, we're going to sell here and buy, let's say, to Carolina. They get real estate lesser expensive down there, or maybe Florida, something like that.
They're getting tired of the expensive states.
We see that.
Do you have any, and I don't want to get controversial because you're a good guy, you love everyone, but do you find people moving for political reasons ever, saying, I'm going to Florida or Texas or California or wherever? Do you ever hear?
Most definitely. Yes.
Really?
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
I will have a
like they're tired of a political climate.
Oh, my gosh, Tom. I'll tell you, over the last couple of years, when I talk to a seller, we get talking a bit, and I'll say, now, hey, you're moving to Florida, say Florida or wherever. Hey, how'd you happen to choose Florida? Or how'd you happen to choose this area or that area? And they'll say, I'm just sick of the politics out here. I'll hear that.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll hear that a lot.
Or it's not liberal enough. I'm going to California.
Yeah, we hear that too.
And, California right now, though, is burdensome. Honest to God, Frank, with property taxes, but our property taxes have gotten outrageous, haven't they?
Oh, yeah.
Do people ask about taxes? Is that an important factor for people?
Well, good question. We bring it up to them. We tell them that up front. Now, where I see it affecting real estate mostly is in condos. I see that a lot because the condo market, through the roof.
Frank, wait, the expenses. Frank, I'm telling you, it used to be a pretty good investment for a young person. Get into a condo. I wanted to recommend it for people close to me who are younger, hardworking, and now I can't do it with good conscience because the insurance, the deferred maintenance, a lot of these places, Frank, it's getting unaffordable. I mean, it can bankrupt a kid. It can bankrupt a young married couple. Think about this. You have a young married couple who get a $35,000 assessment, and they can.
Yeah.
And for those listening, loss assessment coverage does not cover what you think it covers. It doesn't cover just normal maintenance and deferred maintenance and normal assessments for things. It does cover a limited amount of insurance assessments, okay? A limited amount. People who think that loss assessment coverage will protect them completely, they're absolutely wrong. And in fact, you can end up in trouble. And I can't stress that enough. Here's what I want to bring up, which is really, really sad. Club Valencia condominiums, for example. Have you heard of Club?
Oh, yeah. Sold them.
Okay. These poor people at Club Valencia, there was a fire. Okay? And what happened was, because of the old materials, I think asbestos and other things, mold, all kinds of stuff, there was a lawsuit brought, and the insurance isn't paying. They have been out of their places for more than a year, maybe 2 years. And right now, no one knows what's going on. The HOA, no one. People have basically lost their investment. And the plaintiff in this case is Club Valencia, condominium owners. They are going after the people who started the fire and other people. It's just ridiculous. Here, they're saying that the condo association, let me get to the claims. They say that these people had a fire, and their insurance is not covering them. So the people that had a fire are being sued, and then because their insurance is not stepping up, so there's a controversy as to who covers what. You're going to have this in all condo policies, people. I am telling you, the worst investment. Now, I know timeshare goes without saying, but next to that are regular condos and townhomes. And if you own one right now, I feel very sorry for you because your investment is crap right now. And it's going to get worse because people do not want to step into it. They do not want to step into it. And you, Frank, when you buy something, you have to disclose all of that as far as lawsuits and all of that, right?
That's right. And God help them if there's a pending lawsuit or something like that on top of those
things. And see, a lot of condo owners and a lot of townhome owners, other than Valencia sued for a different kind of reason, but a lot of them sue their builders.
Yeah.
And if that, you think you're helping yourself because you're thinking, oh, this is defective, that's defective. But when you try to go resell, you screwed yourself because no one's going to buy in a condo development where you're suing the builder.
Right.
And a lot of them go on. But in any case, it's sad. Club Valencia owners, the people affected by this fire, they are basically SOL. I don't ever see, I'm telling you, I do not see a current time that they will be covered or they will be back in their homes. That's how bad it is right now.
It's tough, Tom.
It's totally tough. 303-713-8255. Aaron, you have a question on hail damage. Speaking of Insurance, go ahead, Aaron.
Yes, sir. Hey, is that Frank Duran with you?
That's Frank Duran, the real estate man.
He was my realtor. I moved from Denver out to Yuma County, and Frank, you were my realtor, man. Did a darn good job for me. Thank you so much.
Hey, buddy. God bless you. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Okay, hail damage. About 2 weeks ago, we got, some little bit bigger than golf ball size hail on the house and whatnot. Everybody's already called their insurance, but I think I remember when I lived in Denver and listened to you a lot, you told me not to do that. You told me to get get an estimate first, or how'd that go?
Yeah, don't call your insurance first, ever.
Okay.
Call a roofer like Excel Roofing, because you want a roofer that will first come out and inspect without you signing anything. There's a lot of these moron roofers that require you to sign first. Never do it. Then, once they inspect, make them put down in writing everything you need. Now, that doesn't mean you might need more with a supplemental, but right now, everything that's apparent that you need, what it will cost to fix, and what the materials are that are being used. Don't ever use a roofer. Now, I'm going to give you these, and you will wipe out 99.9% of all ripoffs. Here's the first one. Never use a roofer, ever, who requires you to sign something to look at your roof and give you an estimate. Number 2, never use a roofer, ever, that won't give you a detailed, thorough contract in writing without meeting with the adjuster. You do not, you need one. Never do one unless they give you a complete one, and they don't have to meet with an adjuster. Number 3, avoid a roofer if they say, we will do whatever the insurance company wants. And number 4, avoid any roofer who wants your first insurance check or money up front. That's it. If you do that, chances of getting ripped off are maybe less than 1%.
Okay. All right, yeah. My roofer actually built my house last year. It's a brand new roof, and my roofer actually called me because he needed windows, so it was kind of handy that way. But
well, wait a minute. Do you do windows?
Sure. Yeah. I'm like the only glass guy in the area since I moved out here.
What kind of windows?
No, I found my void in commercial glass, and I do glass replacements in the house. I usually don't do the frame, the window, the whole frame. In the
so wait, you actually replaced the insulated glass unit, the IGU?
Yes, sir.
Wow. And isn't it hard? Do you take a measurement and do it, or do you buy from the manufacturer?
So I could do it either way, but it's a lot cheaper if you don't. Say Anderson Windows, for example. Their glass is going to be way more expensive than if I were to go through my supplier. But will they do? Okay, but this is what I've always wondered: when you replace just the glass on a broken window or 2 or 3, when you do that, okay, are you getting an insulated glass unit comparable to the other ones? Probably not exact, because everybody has their patents on whatever, your low E's and all that. They have their different kind of names for everything.
Right.
But yes, as far as like R value go, and the emittance of the low E, yeah, you're getting pretty much the same. I mean, not enough to notice, that's for sure.
Have you ever replaced windows that get that mist in between them? They start leaking and get a moisture in between them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if it starts condensing on the inside of the unit, it can destroy that low E, and that's where you see the streaks and whatnot in the window after it's hazed over, but it appears dry on the inside. It destroys the low E if the window has that low E coating in it.
Well, not only that, but it looks like hell.
It does.
And you can never get them clean.
Right, exactly, because it's on the inside of the insulated unit.
Right, and how does that happen? Is it because the seals are broken?
The seals broke. Yep.
Now, does that happen because of differential pressures when you get windows that were not made here?
So it can happen for a number of reasons. You sometimes in insulated glass units, there's usually what they call a capillary tube somewhere in there.
Yes.
And that is for air pressure. Like if you were to make the unit at a certain elevation, you go plus or minus 200 feet in elevation, the atmospheric pressure is different. So if you bring it down in elevation from where it was made and it is sealed, the glass will actually concave into each other. And you'll see that in the reflection.
And
then
just
vice versa
the opposite. If you bring it up, it'll try to leak out, right?
That's right. So they have the capillary tubes in there. So when you get it to the spot to where you're going to put it in, to where it's going to live, let's call it, you need to crimp that tube. Otherwise, the humidity can get in there and kind of jumpstart the process, in my opinion.
But here's something I've always wondered. Where you have insulation gas, like an argon or something, doesn't that capillary tube, doesn't it just come out of the tube?
We got to take a break, buddy.
That's what I would think. I haven't really looked into that much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I thought maybe you could address that. But thank you, Aaron. Your wealth of information. We got more coming right up. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. That means everything on the outside of your house: roofing, soffits, fascia, siding, including stucco, windows, doors, decks, railings, painting. They can do it all. And if you've just had some hail damage, guess what? They can do it all. One point of contact, one invoice, and people you can trust. Genesis. They also do now mold detection and remediation. And they do it in an honest way. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. What happened? Did we get disconnected?
I still got you.
Okay. Did you hear that noise?
Yeah, that may have been Mark or somebody. I'm not sure.
All right.
But you sound good.
Thanks.
Oh, Mark has to go meet the garage door guy.
Did I just take, did Aaron get on or not?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. So I don't have
He was the window guy.
That's right. That's what I thought. I wasn't sure if it was new or not.
Tom, I've sold 3 houses for him. That Aaron that called in?
Yeah?
Yeah. He's a long-time client.
It used to be in real estate, you never got repeat business.
Who did?
No, in general, real estate used to be years ago. No, you didn't get repeat business. People bought a house and that was it. Yeah. Now, shoot.
I think you build relationship with them, you know? And I like to stay in touch with people.
But people, it used to be a house for life. I mean, almost.
No, that's true, yeah. I think you stay there 30 years or...
Oh, yeah.
Now it's like every 7 years, every 5 to 7 years.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. A lot of them.
What the
I
hell
think
is
the
he
sad
back
ones are
talking
those
about?
when you help someone, then they turn around and get divorced like a year later or something. I think that's a bummer. You know, that's what's a drag.
You know what? I don't care.
A few of them decided to stay together, which I like, you know. And
if it works.
Yeah, if it works, that's right. But I just had one like that is what happened. They only had the house like 9 months.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's a bummer. Just try to be supportive, but there's that fine line because you want to be their professional, but you want to pour love into them too. And, you know.
10 seconds, guys.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So when it comes to real estate investing, I'll bet you've seen a lot of decline, Frank. Frank Duran, the real estate man, is with us. You've had to have seen a lot of decline in the rental market, buying rentals. I mean, it's getting more and more difficult to be a landlord nowadays.
It is. In fact, one of my really good clients, they just called me on one of their other rental properties. They were telling me about some of the struggles they're having with one of the tenants. And
they can't get rid of people anymore, or it's
tough.
making it really difficult.
Oh, yeah. The law certainly sounds like it's favoring the tenant over the landlord. So, but they want to get it on the market, but we've had some struggles with some of the tenants. And sometimes you get a tenant that's easy to work with. Other times they'll ask me, well, should we sell it with the tenant living in there? And I always say, well, it depends on how cooperative the tenant is, too.
And then with the just cause law, you can't just get rid of a tenant, not even at the end of a lease. So if you have a lease, you got to have a reason.
Yeah.
And there are very limited reasons. So it's a challenge to have a rental. In fact, we've talked to a lot of people recently who are selling their rentals. So are you getting a lot of those listings? Are you hearing from landlords selling their rentals?
I get a good number of them nowadays, probably this last year.
Because people are getting out of
yeah,
it,
they want to
especially in Denver.
Yeah, that's right.
And so what about tiny houses? Anything with tiny... Frank, this was a trend that I thought would take off faster. Are you seeing any?
Tom, to be honest, I've never seen one personally.
Not one.
No,
You've not
never.
sold one or
Never.
bought one for someone?
No, I haven't. You just hear about them and see about them on TV and those things. I've never personally dealt with one. No.
Now, the closest I've seen, and they're not really tiny houses, but they're damn small, and they cost $700,000 is over on Mississippi and something over there in Denver. Holy crap, near Glendale. And it's expensive. But our true tiny house is a tiny house. And, of course, you're going to see a lot of things in the future here because they're allowing people to put them now and divide up their lots. Yeah. So people are going to be able to sell part of their lot or develop part of their lot for smaller houses.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's going to be like a big infill project. I mean, right now, infill is popular too. Have you seen where they go into neighborhoods and knock down the infills? They knock down old houses, put up new ones. Yeah. I call them infill because they are really, and some people call it gentrification, whatever that means, but they look at it as a negative thing. And in some ways it is. It's taking out maybe a more affordable house and saying, look, the land's worth more than you are. Let's put up a really nice house. Do you have a lot of those? Did you ever see those listings? And in a neighborhood, you really have a mixture then of appraisals, don't you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and we do see more of those, and that seems to be kind of a more recent kind of trend, though, Tom. In certain areas, and you got to be
it depends
careful.
on the neighborhood. That's right.
true because of historical rules and those kind of things. Sure.
But as far as the infills, the new houses inside established neighborhoods, do you find that it takes down the appraisal? When you have to get comps, you do to a certain extent have to look at a neighborhood. So if you stand out like a sore thumb because you're a nice, big, beautiful house and there's all moderate housing, that has to quell the value a little or not?
Tom, I've never seen it affect an appraisal.
Really?
I've never seen that
So
happen.
you would think it would something in a neighborhood of lesser houses, the house would appraise the same as if it's in a neighborhood with comparable houses.
Well, and I'm not saying necessarily that it wouldn't, Tom, but I've never seen it be a problem. I can't even think of one, but the majority of these times they come back and say it comes in at value, whatever you end up selling it for. Yeah. And the demand of the market put the price where it ends up being. But I just really have never seen a struggle in an appraisal in these types of homes.
And do you find appraisals are oftentimes trying to meet the selling price?
It seems to me that...
to me, that's a lazy man's appraisal.
Yeah, well, let's put it to you this way. I can't say this every time straight across the board. Sometimes the appraisals
because
do
you sell a lot over asking sometimes. Yeah. So do the appraisals meet?
I'd say the majority of the time they meet. The majority of the time. Now, sometimes an appraisal will come back and throw us a curveball and say, "Yep, can't appraise it for that much."
But very seldom.
But very seldomly, and quite honestly, the majority of those times, the buyers were covering the difference anyway, if it didn't.
Okay, we got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. If you have any real estate questions, problems, complaints, give us a call. He's a wealth of information. Plus, of course, I'll take any problem or call that you have at 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Macy's.
Slowdowns continue on the north end of town. I-25 northbound before 104th. A crash blocking 3 left lane has stop and go. Back from I-76, we're seeing a 35-minute delay through the area. Heading west out into the high country, I-70 westbound near Genesee Park, exit 254. Vehicle fire has 2 left lanes blocked. Watch out for some slow driving through the mountain area. Back to town on the northeast end, I-270 westbound. Slow traffic between I-70 and York through roadwork. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's another warm one out there today. High 84, overnight low of 56. Tomorrow mostly sunny, even warmer with a high of 91 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 75. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Find the perfect Father's Day gift with Macy's Gift Finder. In just a couple clicks, you'll get personalized gift ideas for every dad at every budget. Visit Macy's.com/gift finder and give love today at Macy's.
Keel and Park are estate planning attorneys that have such a brilliant way of doing business. They meet with you about your estate, everything in your estate, everything you own, including your businesses. And they look at your artwork, your investments, your personal property, everything that's near and dear to you. And then they come up with a plan on what to do with it and how to pass it on or sell it. And that plan is very detailed, and it's all free of charge, complimentary upfront. Now, if you decide to execute the plan, you can pick any part of it or all of it, and they'll do it for flat rate pricing. You just do not get any better than that when it comes to estate planning. Keel, Keele, and Park, with an E on the end of it, 970-818-8198, 970-818-8198. They can meet with you by Zoom if you'd like. lawkp.com. Hey, if you're looking for the best deal anywhere for getting your air conditioner up to snuff, getting it efficient, running soundly, and getting you through the heating season, then call before the heat comes and get the Extreme Clean Check and Tune from Fix It 24/7. When I say extreme clean, they clean up to 2 hours and can take care of this entire system. And they really are proud of what they do. They want to show new customers. So new customers get that special deal of just $39. FixMyHome.com. Okay.
I think I'll go save me time of. We used to have a saying. Every once in a while we sneak off to get a haircut. Hey, it grows on the city's time, you know.
That's right. So I can get a cut on the city's time.
Yeah, that's how we look at it.
.400.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are talking about real estate. Somebody wanted to know, where can I buy where they actually, we hear a lot about it, but where can I buy where they actually are letting you increase density and do these auxiliary living units, these tiny homes? In Colorado, there's been recent legislation to permit tiny homes as secondary dwellings on residential lots. They're called ADUs, auxiliary dwelling units, or accessory dwelling units. And here's where you can do them. El Paso County, Walsenburg, Salida so far. Funny, I thought Denver passed it, but not quite yet, I'm being told. Of course, that might be wrong, but that's what I'm being told. Now, as far as my YouTube morons, since it's instant feedback, I like to give that every now and then. Somebody asked me to stop bashing townhomes and condos. They're a great option for some. They have been a great option for some. And they continue to be a great option for those developments that do not have deferred maintenance. However, all developments, all communities, townhome and condos are going to be faced with the insurance dilemma. Unless the state comes up with a solution, it's going to be a major problem. Many of them are opting for no roof insurance. They can get other things insured, but they cannot get roofs insured, which means if you have $1 million roof and you have, a few hundred, a few dozen condos or townhomes, you're going to have a major problem. There are people getting assessments up to $50,000 because there's no roof coverage or the deductible is so high they can't get it. That's just the way it is. So I'm not bashing. When I tell the truth, I am not bashing condos and townhomes. I'm telling the truth. That's the way it is. 303-713-TALK. Frank, I do have one question here that came in by text. Are there circumstances where homes sell for less than asking? Now, it used to be in real estate, years ago, people would ask a price and come down a bit. That almost never, right now, the norm is people ask a price and get a little more. Is that right? Is that what the norm is now?
I would say that.
Or with you, it's the norm.
I would say for the most part, Tom, it's the norm, although there are homes that will sell below asking price. And
what percentage do you think that you see that sell below asking? Like a minority?
Boy, a minority, yeah. I don't even know if I have a percentage, Tom.
Okay.
That's a great question.
But what would cause a house to sell for less than asking, do you believe?
I think a couple, main thing is pricing. If you miss the market.
Well, yeah, of course.
I think if you
if you overprice, you're going to have to adjust. But what about the house or neighborhoods that would cause that?
Oh, condition of property. Some of them, if you have especially a bad odor in the house or something, or a bad strong smell of smoke sometimes, or if the house is just in really rough condition, you could run into those kind of things. But even then, I think if you leverage, I just sold one in Thornton where it was a really rough condition, Tom.
Really?
And we ended up getting 34 offers on it, but we leveraged the price pretty well, and we got quite a bit over asking on it. So I think if you leverage it right, you'll hit the peak price the market's going to pay.
Do you know, obviously I want a house to be in pretty good condition, or at least pretty, or a nice design. Actually, the condition you can fix. You can't fix a bad design or a bad layout, right? That's what I mean, layout design, right? But I think the most important thing is the neighborhood. It really is, Frank. I don't care. For example, if a house is in a beautiful neighborhood, I will take less of a house than if it's in a crappy neighborhood.
And some areas too, Tom, I'll tell you too, some of them where there's a lot of heavy building for new builders and it inflates the inventory. That can affect the surrounding homes too in terms of them moving as quick or not.
So you're saying that people would opt more for the new homes?
In some cases, sure. And it also builds up the inventory where buyers start having more choices. There's not as much demand on them. That's just certain areas.
Now, as far as the ADUs go and people saying they don't pencil out, they don't make sense, actually the jury's out on that. We don't know if they do or not. Because to me, it detracts from the main house. So what you might pick up in an ADU or a tiny home, you seem to detract a bit from the big house, unless you sell it to someone who wants it for mother-in-law, father-in-law, in-laws, or their adult kids, I don't know, maybe a disabled child, something like that. But I think in order to really pencil it out, we're going to have more years of experience. This is brand new.
Yeah.
Auxiliary. Now, there used to be mother-in-law units over garages and in basements or in homes, and they're allowed. Of course, depending on the covenants or neighborhood, you couldn't rent them out or sell them separately, but you could have them. Do a lot of units have that, Frank, as far as auxiliary living units, as far as for mother? What didn't they call them, mother-in-law or in-law?
Yeah, mother-in-law or ADU. In fact, I just saw one not too long ago. I don't know, maybe 8, 9, 10 months ago, something like that had an ADU. And that was their primary reason
was
for buying.
Was it in the house or separate?
Oh, it was separate.
Really?
It was separate, yeah. And that was the buyer's primary reason was they did like the house, but they really needed something with that ADU, so that just worked out really well for them.
They wanted that for maybe a relative.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy sale, believe me. We were on a busy street, and it took some time to get the right buyer, but it worked out. For the right buyer, that house really worked out.
303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $3 English Muffin Breakfast Deal.
Slowdowns continue on the north end of town. I-25 northbound before 104th. A crash blocking 3 left lane has stop and go. Back from I-76, we're seeing a 35-minute delay through the area. Heading west out into the high country, I-70 westbound near Genesee Park, exit 254. Vehicle fire has 2 left lanes blocked. Watch out for some slow driving through the mountain area. Back to town on the northeast end, I-270 westbound. Slow traffic between I-70 and York through road work. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's another warm one out there today. High 84, overnight low of 56. Tomorrow mostly sunny, even warmer with a high of 91 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 75. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English Muffin Breakfast Deal. Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English Muffin Deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price.
30 years old.
Hey, you know what? We're talking real estate. Let's talk loans. Ideal Home Loans. Now, Ideal Home Loans I've known for many, many years. I know Brent and the team. And why? Because they take care of their customers, the only ones with the interest rate guarantee. So if you're going to buy, and like Frank said, people aren't standing still. They're still buying. So you want Ideal because when rates go down, or if they go down, you will get refinanced free of charge. They can also do that if you want to refi now and take advantage of getting rid of high interest debt from credit cards and other stuff, and then refi when the rates go down. That's idealhomeloans.com. Hey, investments, it's something that we all talk about on this show and amongst ourselves, but it's something you really have to be careful about because you know what? You want guarantees? Well, there are hardly ever guarantees in securities. In fact, I don't know of any. But there are guarantees with fixed indexed annuities. Now, I am telling you this because what you need is to know about that. You need to know about what to buy, how to buy it, how it jives with your income from, let's say, Social Security. How you maximize your Medicare. Is Advantage good for you or a supplement? And then, do you need a reverse loan in the future? All of this stuff is going to be discussed by Joe Chiano and his team of experts at the My Money, My Way seminar. And that will be coming up June 20th, Sheridan DTC. So if you want to find out more, call them. Get a free seat reserved, 303-779-6600. That's June 20th, Sheridan DTC, mymoneymyway.com. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. So, why do I talk about him? Because so many times people get into trouble. They get hurt. They don't pursue what they have coming. And sometimes it's the fault of someone else, and they really should pay to get you back on your feet. But they don't know where to start or they wait too long. What I want you to do is if you're ever injured in an accident, look, just find out what your options are from John Fuller, free of charge. Now, John will give you free advice on the phone. If you decide it's a good fit, then you can hire him on a percentage fee basis. Never any money out of pocket. But here is the deal. He will talk to you. You don't call a call center. You don't call an intake committee. You call John, 303-597-4500. Of course, he has a support staff, but he's the one that handles your case. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Look at Sylvester Stallone. He's almost 80, Tom, and he looks like
Good
$1 million
afternoon.
bucks.
Thanks for calling the Tel Martino Show.
Yeah,
Told me a couple days ago that Bruce Willis died.
You ever read his book?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, he wrote a book like 15 years ago, and
Right.
he talks about dieting and exercise. And
But I haven't.
he tells stories about when he filmed movies. It's a really good book. If you ever want to check it out, bring it down. I don't even know if they sell it anymore.
Yeah.
Really good book, yeah.
Misread it.
Oh yeah.
Great shape, though. I mean, that's the way I feel. I mean, if you're going to
Yeah.
perform at a high level and
I
work
agree.
hard, you got to stay in shape. I mean, it doesn't do good to be eating cheeseburgers and M&Ms, and you got to have some discipline, or else it catches up to you.
Today's my gym day.
Is it?
I do.
Okay, well, let's ask Tom and Mark about it. What's your name, sir?
I do whole body.
Eric? E-R-I-C? All right, Eric, hang on
That's
for me,
really good.
and they will be right with you, okay? Thanks.
I give myself 1 day a week to eat whatever I want in moderation, but other than that, I just stay high protein and low carbs, and you have to take care of yourself.
Oh, there is one story.
How do you have the energy to run as hard as you got to run if you don't take care of yourself? It's
Died. Other stories don't confirm that. So it's strange.
Who's coming in tomorrow, Katie?
I think my weakness is Italian food, though, Tom.
There are window
I love Italian food. Anything Italian is my
Yeah, I
favorite.
Oh my God, it's the best cuisine, I believe.
That and Greek. I love Greek food, too.
Oh, I hate it.
You
No,
hate
I
Greek?
don't. No, actually, I don't hate it. There are some things I do love. Yeah. In many in many of the areas, it's similar to it.
Gloves are off in the 4th Congressional
But I
District
don't
GOP
like,
primary. Join me at 2
there's some
here
I
on
don't
630 KHOW.
Yeah, some. I get you.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Eric, what's going on with you?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, what's happening?
So yesterday, picked up my mail, and I have a thing in there. It says, Notice of Final Adjudication and Delinquency. And it's regarding our lovely express lanes.
Yep, my son just got one yesterday. Boy, was I pissed off at him.
So, well, here's the deal, though.
It's the double line
Son
thing,
ever-
right? It's the double line crossing.
Right. But here's the catch. Did he get the notice of final adjudication, or did he get just the upfront ticket?
Let's see, I have it
different.
somewhere. It is it's called something weird. It's not just a ticket. It's some kind of a safety. They call it a safety.
Yeah, it's a safety violation.
Right.
But here's the deal. So supposedly this happened on February 17th. I don't recall it. And it's supposedly...
Well, they got a
sent
picture
me
of your
the-
car.
Well, so? But
Well,
regardless, they're saying that it happened on such and such date. I've never received any other ticket or penalty regarding this. It's supposed to be a $75 fine if
Right.
you get the first thing. I got a ticket yesterday. It's for $200.
Oh, so they're saying, got it. I got the one for 75, and it goes up to 150, and then it goes up more. So you're saying they're saying you ignored the first one.
Correct. I never received the first one.
Yeah, but
And
are
here's
they
the
claiming? Oh, how do you prove that?
Exactly. And here's the deal. You want to know what the process is to fight this?
What?
I have to go to Adams County Court.
Yes.
I have to file to go before a judge. I have to pay a filing fee of $70. Then
Eric, are you still there?
process-
You
the
cut out. I'm
secondary
sorry.
fee-
So
yeah.
you have to go into court and pay $70?
plus the process server fees to have them served.
So
it's
it's
gonna
not.
cost me
So you're
$200.
basically talking as much as the damn ticket.
Yeah, it's $200. It's going to cost me $200 to have them served to fight a $200 ticket.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make
And if I-
sense.
And It doesn't, and I never received a first notice.
You know, I
Had
can't
I
stand
received
these automated tickets. I can't stand them. That double lane one is the one that really pisses me off. You can hang on if you want, Eric. I have to take a break. I have more coming up. Give us a call, 303-713-8255.
Michael Brown here.
Frank Duran, the real estate freaking man.
God bless you, buddy. You bless me so much, Tom. You bless me so much. Before my grandpa passed away, and I just got my license, he was calling me that, and then a few years later, you did, and God bless you.
Wait,
I
he
almost
called you
felt-
that before me?
Well, what happened?
He just-
when I
he
first got my
kinda
license, he would always refer to me, but it was almost like a blessing. Well, it was not almost. It is a blessing. It's a blessing from God.
You're saving time too.
It's almost like I could, my grandfather can see that or something. You know. I don't
Hey,
know.
let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Your brother, how long has he been dead now?
Oh, he passed.
This is
away.
your younger brother
Yeah.
that just got out of jail.
Well, no. There's another one.
Oh, he's not the one that died?
2018 was my other brother. He passed.
No, I remember that.
He had the overdose.
But the one in jail,
He's back in jail.
right up my alley. Didn't die, okay.
No, he didn't. Thank God he didn't
Is he
die.
back in prison?
Yeah. Well, no, he's back in jail.
Good afternoon. Thanks
And,
for calling the Del Martino
he's-
Show.
He has his court date coming up pretty soon. Tom, I don't know.
Frank,
Yeah.
what happened?
He got on meth. And he was being crazy with the family. I mean, he was talking some horrible stuff. And he was
Your mom is so nice.
Oh, it's a drag. My poor
Okay,
mom. And
thanks.
she doesn't need this. You know, and so
Oh,
she actually feels relieved that he's back there because at least he's not on the streets because she even gave him a place to live. We were all
Are you
trying to help.
listening, Mark?
And he got on drugs for some reason, and it's like, buddy, it's like he can't handle his freedom. He has to find a way to mess it up somehow. He was locked away for 20-some years, Tom.
Isn't that terrible?
It's horrible,
Isn't
man.
that a waste of a life?
That was my baby.
That is a sin.
And I was close to him. We used to share a room, and we were 7 years apart, and he was my little
How
buddy.
old
and
was he when he went away?
18.
Oh,
Yeah, he got mixed up with the wrong people, and I remember about a week
So
before.
when he got out, did he even know how to act?
He was okay at first. He was okay. Something went and he got into with some girl, and she was kind of trouble, and he
Oh my
started,
God,
you know,
did
something
you
happened with
go?
her.
Hi, honey. What question, honey? Oh. No, I didn't. Oh, I saw that. I know. Guess what I'm starting to feel? The onset of. No. Sniffly, scratchy. I'm telling you. What? Well, I don't have any congestion. Yes. Not, that's exactly right. Why did you know that? I don't give a rip about butterflies. Do you mind, honey, that I don't go? Hold on a second, okay? And I'm going to put you on speaker. I want you to say hello to a very special person.
Hey, friend, how you doing?
Do you know?
Hi,
Yes, it is.
Hi, Stephanie. God bless you. How you doing? Oh, really?
I shouldn't say hate. I can't stand people that come up with woulda, coulda, shoulda, like Taxi Man here. Well, if there's an accident and you have to go across the line.
This isn't fair.
No, they're not. It ain't gonna happen.
This is right up my alley. All Mediterranean.
If the lights get stuck on red and I go through,
No.
I'm going to get a red light
So
ticket.
good.
No, you're not. Is Dragon back?
He was in the restroom.
Oh, yeah?
When I was there. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I think he is.
Oh, I can see his head. Yeah.
I just wanted to warn him Tom was playing with the mic, so he better be prepared.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Where's this place to be delivered?
Free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW and the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. I got Frank Duran, the real estate man, with me today. Welcome, Frankie. And we got all kinds of things we're talking about. Among them, of course, real estate. So how is your life going, folks? That's what I want to know. And I have to tell you that we are kicking butt when it comes to solving problems, thanks to all of our deputies. We got a great crew of deputies. And I want to say one thing personally, and I'm going to ask people to help me. And if you don't want to, don't. Again, I'm trying to find a charity I can work this through if tax deductibility is important to you. But if it's not that important, I mean, I'm not asking for a lot of money, but I am helping families. Now, I don't mention this because I want a pat on the back, but there is really a dichotomy going on about immigrants, because obviously I don't have a place for illegal immigration, okay? I don't have a place in my heart for illegal immigration. And I don't have a place in my heart for people who want to suck off the system, whether you're an immigrant or whether you are in the country through all your life. Okay, but I do have a heart for people who just want to get ahead for their families and themselves. Okay, how do you not? And I have been probably an a-hole a lot of my life, very strong, bombastic, aggressive in helping people, yes, but doing it, to bring attention to myself, having a big ego, being in the media. Years ago, I was a different person. Now, I'm not saying I don't have the same goals, but I really started stepping out of myself because instead of criticizing everything, I thought, let me look into this. And when I looked into this immigration thing, I found a lot of people who truly had a miserable life and sought political asylum, okay? It's not just an excuse. And these people are legally granted asylum. And if you go to the courts, it's a process. They're granted asylum on a temporary basis and then expected to make something over those few years, the 2-year temporary, before they're given permanent asylum. Now, I have made it a deal instead of, and I'm not putting down churches at all, but instead of donating a lot to churches and stuff, and I'm not saying I don't donate anything, but I want to donate to people. I want to help people. I found that to be a really fulfilling thing. So, I have families, and I promise you this. I am only helping families who help themselves. My requirement is that they work. That's number one. Number two, that they maintain their household on their own once we get them in. No rent assistance. Then I get them transportation for work. Everyone needs transportation to work. So I'm looking at clunkers, and I have some good people. I want to give a shout out to Honest Accurate Auto because I found a car and they're helping me get this roadworthy. And here's what I'm asking. And again, I don't want an answer right away, but if you have it in your heart to help us, just like we always do, we collect for causes. Just do me a favor, and maybe I ought to do a GoFundMe, but I'm not doing that now, but maybe I should. But right now, I'm just asking for help. And anything that comes into the Troubleshooter Network goes out. Every single dime to help people. We even pay credit card fees if you wanted to donate that way. Now, I'm not asking you to write yourself short or anything. But if maybe you give to charity anyway and you want to help out, that's what I'm asking. Because I promise you, every dime will go to help people who are struggling, okay? Now, that doesn't mean I don't think you should give to others. I'm not going to judge what you do. I'm just telling you about my little piece of the world, okay? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you need more information, Kachina can help you. If you call, she'll direct you to me, or you can write help@troubleshooter.com. That's all I'm asking is for help for what I do. And that's it. Now, we have Eric, who has a toll problem, but I want to take Bill first for this real quick tip on real estate, and then I'll go back to Eric. Bill, and then Frank Duran, the real estate man, is with us, of course. Bill, what's going on with you?
Okay, this is just my opinion. And then I could give you, with that Walmart stuff with the lady that got sprayed, they had to have an eye wash in the automotive section.
Well, it doesn't matter. What difference is that? What difference does it make?
Oh, so they could wash their eyes out.
Yeah, but they had no responsibility. The point is, our attorney said they had no responsibility to her. They were not responsible. They were not negligent. Whether or not they had an eye wash, by the way, I don't know where it's required, but it makes sense to me that out in their garage somewhere. But what are they going to do? Shuttle an old lady out to the garage where they're changing tires to wash her eyes out? I don't know. They can't bring the eye washer to her.
Well, that's better than none.
Well, okay. So what's going on, Bill?
Anyway, with real estate, this is just purely my opinion. When people are going to buy a house, waste a day or two and sit out front. Just sit there and see what kind of neighborhood you don't know what kind of neighborhood it is until after you buy it and you've been there for a while.
You know, there's some wisdom to that, Bill. There's got to be a better way. Just sitting out front's not going to tell you anything.
You don't know what your neighbors are until after you move
you know
in.
what I say? You go meet them.
That doesn't, yeah. But
What do you mean? I mean, that's better than sitting out front. What are you going to... Now, obviously, if you sit out front, you're going to see some stuff. You might see a meth house or something, or you suspect one. But there wouldn't be a bad idea to meet neighbors. In fact, I've often wondered, how do you pick a neighborhood? Frank, do people ever knock on doors and meet their neighbors? Seriously.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had some of our buyers do that, sure.
You
It
know,
just depends on how outgoing they are, Tom, you know.
No, but if you knock on a door and somebody's an idiot,
Yeah.
I'd have a problem in a neighborhood where there are idiots. I would have a problem. Sure. Because there's nothing worse than having a neighbor who's crazy.
Right.
In fact, I think Mark and I got a name, Crazy Ass Neighbors, either a URL or a Facebook page or something, but we never used it. But Bill, thank you. You know what? Checking out a neighborhood is very important, Bill. You bring up a good point. Eric, let's talk. You got a ticket, and they're claiming that you ignored it, so now the fine went up. Did you contact them and ask them for proof of any kind of mailing?
I called yesterday afternoon, and I asked them when was I sent the original ticket, and he said, well, February 23rd. I go, okay, I never received anything. I said, so I want to fight
Yeah,
this.
but what's
And
to
he said,
prevent people from saying that, I wonder?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And that's my thing, too, is, okay, so why is it not just, I could do the
Well,
same
do you
thing
think,
with
let me
a
ask you
radar
this,
ticket.
Eric, do you think, and I know we're all skeptical, but do you think that they would lie to you about that? Really? Seriously now? Do you think that
I don't know.
for that
I mean,
ticket,
I would
to
say
raise
no.
it from $75 to $100, do you really believe that they're going to take the time to lie about it?
I would say no, but the other part of that is what things get lost in the mail.
That's right.
regularly.
But getting lost in the
things
mail,
get lost in the
you're
mail?
right. They do. And this is the age-old problem with mail, is that, with everything,
something like this, I think
with late payments, car payment, all kinds of stuff.
Ballots.
Well, but something like this, I almost feel like it should be sent certified mail.
Do they even do that anymore? They do certified mail that have a request.
Yeah, they still do certified mail. But here's the other thing. You saying about, the photo. So I looked at the pictures on their website last night. And so the first picture it shows is a map that shows the point of where the violation allegedly occurred. The second one, it says that I'm in the left lane. But based on the picture, you can't tell where the traffic lanes are. And then the third picture, it shows that I am within, inside the double white line. But in the second picture, you can't tell where I am in relation to the double
Eric,
white line
I think that if you take the time and energy to protest it or do your hearing or whatever, but is this one allowing you to protest it?
The only way I can protest it now is, like I said, I have to go and file with the Adams County Court and get a regular hearing date and whatnot. And they're saying up to 120 days out.
Let us know how it goes. I mean, you're going to take it all the way. I take it. See, I think I'm a patsy sometimes when it comes to this stuff.
Well, I mean, if I would have gotten the original notice, I would have paid the $75 and moved on.
How about telling them that? See if they'll settle for that.
I did. I told the guy that yesterday, and he says the best we'll do is we'll reduce it to $100. He said we'll cut it from 180 down to 100. I said not good enough. He goes, well, then you'll have to go to court.
So come on, Eric. They're going to drop it down. I mean, it's not like some company trying to collect a parking ticket. I ignore those. I really do. Those private ones, but not this. Why not, man? For $25, you're going to put your ass into inconvenience like this?
Yes. On the principle of it,
okay.
I am.
Well,
because,
okay.
As
all
I
right.
said, I never
all right,
received
listen.
the
That's up to you. That's up to you, Eric. Let us know how it goes. To me, my time sometimes is more important than a principle. It really is. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. It's not like they're accusing you of a crime or something. Now, Edward has a real estate question. Edward, I'm hoping you can wait. I got to take this break. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will be here. Let's do it right after this.
Do you remember the energy crisis of the 70s? A lot of people panicked. We came up with a solution. A best way to insulate your house, save you money, and increase your comfort. A best way to perform energy assessments. And the best way to help our customers qualify for Excel and other utility rebates. 48 years later, a lot has changed. A lot of competition has come and gone. Some things haven't. We're still saving our customers money. Call 303-469-0808. Visit bestwayinsulation.com.
Let's talk about EuroplumbingColorado.net. Man, you want to talk about a deal? Let's call it a steal. Water heaters starting at $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, fully installed. The old one taken out and hauled away. $14.99 for a 50-gallon. Let's say you want a toilet repair or a garbage disposal or a sump pump. Europlumbing says they're going to cut rate everyone's prices, and you'll get the best deal with them. Put them to the test. EuroplumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Hey, Sheridan Auto Tech. Now, let me tell you about Sheridan. They're great people. Kevin even says he's going to try to help me out with cars that I'm getting for immigrants that are here going to work. Kevin does this pre-buy inspection that's unbelievable. He'll do it for you. It's about, I think, 100 and some odd bucks. It's really worth every dime. In fact, you can inspect a car you already own that you just want to know where it is, where it's at. Now, they do heavy and light maintenance. They do electrical. They do it all, honestly, with great value. Colfax west of Wadsworth, SheridanAutotech.com. Now, you won't do better than honesty and value, will you? 303-455-7242.
This is just a $900.
How old are you, Frank?
Bought one, baby.
You're a young man.
Perfect refrigerator.
Damn. You know what?
Except for the.
You could be my son.
Food's on top.
Yeah.
Food's on the bottom. Always been that way.
Somebody call me or not?
Nah. Get older.
Nah.
You don't want to bend down and look in the refrigerator. That's so we want to go get one with the freezers on the bottom.
Frank, I could be your father, but I'm too handsome. Oh, did you see what she sent? Is he amazing? I mean, look at that. I mean, that is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little cube like that, you get 2 ice cube trays and maybe your ice cream.
Right.
Almost like a college dorms, size refrigerator.
What happened to the highest offer, do you think? What happened to them?
I think personally,
Cold feet?
they might have. Well, no, I think we did beat their deadline. I think what happened, they were playing both sides. That's what she was surprised. I think we're just time.
Who's Calvin?
Balance to that too.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, he's a little. Against the other flow here.
Mm-hmm. Nothing sold there since for that. Huh? Yeah. I mean, not avid, but To show what was inside. To show what was inside it?
Yeah.
Was it about a used mattress or was it about new mattresses that were discussed? I think that what I do remember, there were some new mattresses being sold that had bugs in them. I think.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Edward's got a real estate question. Hello, Edward. We're on with Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. What's going on?
Yes. Well, first off, I have a home that I am building, a project house in northwest Arkansas, and I've had a year and a half. I've had it on the market. I'm on to realtor number 8. They just seem to put it on the MLS and sit back and do nothing. And it's been very frustrating. The next one says, well, I can do more than that. But
hey, Edward, may I ask a few questions about this house? What price range is it?
Well, that's part of the problem. I had a broker come look at it that's from another area, from Fort Smith. He said it's underpriced for the size house. It's a 5-bedroom, just under 3,000 square, plus a mother-in-law suite that's complete. And he said, we got it at $450. He says 2-bedroom houses in Fayetteville are going for $450.
No, what I'm asking you, though, is it comparable to the area it's in?
Yes. Well, it's out in the country, but we're only 11 miles from Fayetteville. And
what is your closest? Who are your closest neighbors? How far away are your closest neighbors?
Everybody's on about 2 to 5 acres. But there's a $4 million house right across the road.
Well, what I'm getting at is, if you drew a circle of 3 miles, not square, but 3 miles, 3-mile radius, let's say. Mm-hmm. In a 3-mile radius, are there a lot of homes like yours?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm only 2 miles from the big grocery store.
How old is your house?
It's new. It's under construction.
Okay. Here's what I say. If you draw a circle of 2 miles or 3 miles, and from your house as the center, and your house is relatively the same, then I'm going to ask, do those houses move faster or slower?
Well, it's within the market of Walmart and Tyson Foods that are consolidating their executives.
Yeah, but I'm asking, are houses in general, are you underperforming the market? In other words, is everyone slow?
No.
Okay.
It's a very hot market in northwest Arkansas.
Then, okay, if you're in a hot market, and you are priced comparably to the surrounding properties, then that is an oddity. And Frank, what would be the reason if he's priced like what did you say?
I'm too low.
What?
I'm too low, according to this broker, and it's starting to make more sense. A 5-bedroom house should be closer to $480.
Now, do you think people might perceive, Frank, if something is too low, do people perceive that as a weakness? I think they do, don't they? Hold on, there you go, Frank. Sorry.
Yeah, Tom, I think you could actually miss the market by starting too low sometimes. Absolutely.
Now, what else would it be, though? Is it in great well, it's brand new. Never mind. So it's like the comps. It's in a beautiful area, a hot market, and your price is pretty reasonable, and you're not getting any offers?
The people that show up, it's out of their price range. And that's what the broker said. You need to add about $30,000 to the price because you're in the wrong bracket for a 5-bedroom house.
So why are people going, though, if they see the price? But if they see the price, why do they bother looking at it?
It's a high end of their price range, he says.
Okay. So Frank
they just
Durant.
They want to look inside, really.
Frank Durant, yeah, they're more like tire kickers. Frank, what do you do to eliminate tire kickers and get serious offers? No matter where you are, you could do it there, I'm sure. What would you do?
I think it's how you present it. I mean, a couple things, Tom. The more simple one is where you price it. We got to find where the sweet spot is. So that's one thing. And then second of all, it's how you present it. You got to know your market, who your buyer is.
Now,
and how
present
to
it in
sell
what way? They're not outbound. I'll bet you they're not doing any marketing like you do.
Yeah.
Like you know what outbound marketing is, Edward? They can't just do the MLS and call it quits.
Right.
Well, that's what all I seem to be getting. So I'm wanting to take it back and just list it for sale by owner. It's under construction. They really can't walk through it. It's a dangerous environment. But
when is it going to be completed? When is it going to be completed?
Another 4 months, 4 to 5 months.
Here's the deal.
But I can do the virtual pictures, and that's what other builders use. Nobody walks through their project.
No,
they
I
use
get it.
These virtual pictures of what it's going to look like.
But are you going to allow them to pick finishes? Do you have allowances or what?
Yes.
Are you a builder, by the way?
No. I built it. It's my fourth house.
Okay.
Yes.
Here's what I would do. I would not keep it on the market while it's being built up to 4 months early. I would wait because time on market's a weakness. The price could be a weakness, and then you're going to get closer to your price as you get. I'm just giving you a personal observation. I would not put a house for sale. And a lot of people say, "Well, I'll put it for sale. See if I get it. I'll do it." But they look at time on the market and they start overlooking it. And I'm telling you, I would wait until you're about 60 days out. That's what I would do because people don't want to wait 4 months and they don't know what stage it's in. I would wait even 45 to 60 days out. I would start listing. Frank, I don't know how you feel about that as far as listing it prematurely.
Yeah, sometimes you just get a fresh start, Edward, and then get some coming soon buzz. Say coming soon and promote it the right way. Yeah.
I would take it off the market completely, do a coming soon, and then put it on the market. Would you say, Frank, 60 or 45 days? People don't want to wait a long time. Would you say 60 or 45?
I'd say even 45, Tom.
Yeah.
You can put it out too far sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
So put 45 days, start it. And when you do it at 45 days, do it at a decent price. And then make sure you do outbound marketing. That's really important. Now, Frank.
Now, part of that marketing is Zillow. It has this house on there 4 different times from different agents, and they could put them out there, but you can't remove them. It's even got the house that burned on that lot 6 years ago.
Well, that's ridiculous. But what do you do about that?
Zillow?
How do you what?
How do you fix Zillow? It's got it on there 4 times, and none of them are the same.
I don't know about Frank. I've never dealt with Zillow. How do you do that? There must be a way to remove a house.
Yeah, Edward, let me ask you this. Is your current real estate agent, do they pay for Zillow, or is your home just automatically going on Zillow?
They said they pay for it, and they said they made a call, but nothing changed.
So they should have a rep down, if they're paying for Zillow, because Zillow has some new platforms now where you can showcase listings. I pay for this myself. So they should have a rep down there to be able to help them get this fixed. That should be because we ran into problems sometimes. We call our rep down there and we get our properties fixed.
Especially if he has a subscription to it.
Okay.
So tell him to talk to his rep and say, look, you know, and then.
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
No. And I was going to say, you know, maybe have a heart-to-heart with your agent and just see this. I mean, you know, like Tom, I'll give you an example. When we'd sold your condo, I had looked at the last year of sales. I went to all the agents that had brought buyers in there. We were hitting them. We were strategically hitting the people that were most likely to buy where you sold. So maybe look at the last 12 months of sales, which buyer agents are the most active in there. Get it out to those agents as well as the people in the areas that are buying, you know, the highest demand of buyers.
By the way, we set the record in that building, and not only that, but there was a guy was so pissed off at my pricing, and he said it was too low, way too low, right? Actually, it was very high. I made a ton of money on it, and we sold it, and he said it was way too low. So he turned out to sell even lower, by the way. So he didn't know what he was talking about. He couldn't sell for what I did, let alone it being low. I think he was just pissed because he wanted the comps to be higher. But in any case, there hasn't been a condo that's sold since. And when did I sell that? 3 years ago?
Gosh, it's been a while.
It's
Yeah.
3 or 4 years ago,
Yeah.
and it hasn't sold. A price like that hasn't come since then. And again, right, I think you're just looking at this too. You're way too out in the market, way too ahead, and people don't like that. That's why you're getting the tire kickers. And I think that you don't want to look like a builder who's desperate. And you want, by the way, when you do the for sale by owner, you can say, we'll pay co-op. That'll get you way more action than.
What is that?
That means that if a real estate person brings someone to you, you're going to give them what they'd normally get with a co-op, which is about 2.5% or something like that.
Okay.
Or
yeah.
2% or whatever.
Yeah,
what is
I'm
it,
willing
Frank?
to do that,
I don't know what it is there, but
it's kind of market to market, Tom. I'd say between 2 to 2.8 is what we typically
but
see.
It would be good to say that, because then you'll get real estate people who have the bulk of the clients. The bulk of the clients come from buyer brokers. They don't come from individuals. Those kinds of people, they're going to overlook your listing. They will not bring their customer to someone who's not paying a co-op.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I was willing to do that, but these are wanting 6% to sit there and do nothing. And
No, I'm not talking about listing it. I'm talking about someone, you list it, and then you pay a co-op to someone who brings you a buyer. That's a whole different ball game.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I didn't know I could do that, but yeah, that sounds better.
Of course you can. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Starting on the north end of town, I-25 northbound, watch out for some brief stop-and-go traffic between I-76 and 88th Avenue. Just east of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound, slow driving due to road work between I-70 and York. We're seeing about a 5-minute delay. Heading out west into the high country, I-70 westbound near Genesee Park, a vehicle fire has 2 left lanes blocked with slow driving back from Morrison Road. About 20 minutes of delays through the mountains. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 84, overnight low of 56, even warmer tomorrow, high of 91 in the afternoon, mostly sunny skies. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Hey, you want to hear 2 words that don't normally go together? Discount Bath. I love Discount Bath. They have value. They have quality, great designs. Whether you want to do a full bath, a big giant bath, or in between, or just a toilet and a sink, they have great value. Now, here's how it works. It is so simple. DiscountBaths.com. And then you know what you get? You get the website for contact information, a few samples. They can do anything you want custom. They can even do just the shower if you want. But here's what you do. Call them first, up front with all of their pricing, and they're just straightforward. Just call them for a price. Not many people will do that on the phone. They will. DiscountBath.com, 720-979-2322. That's 720-979-2322.
Tom, this is one way of outbound marketing. This listing here, I hit 29,941 people through social media. I pay to get them out there through Facebook and Instagram. And then what happens is it comes up as a paid ad. So when people go, everybody's face is in their phone. Mine comes up as a paid ad. It's right in front of their face. And then you hit a 15-mile radius because we know a typical buyer buys within 10 miles. I hit 15 miles. So even if they're not looking directly in the area, they say, hey, how come my realtor never showed me this home? I like this one. And you drive in buyers that you didn't even have before through MLS. So that's how you do it. You just got to hit a mass amount of people.
I don't think they're doing anything. I think they're
probably
just
not.
trying to collect a commission.
Sign planners.
But you have to do it in the the thousands of people.
Sign planners.
Oh, yeah.
Realtors that just plant a sign and hope someone else sells it.
Listing whores.
Because just putting it on MLS, I mean, that, you'll get some buyers, and you will get buyers, but imagine the buyers you're missing if you don't pinpoint social, everybody's on social media.
What? I don't even know what this means by same parents. Hold on. My sound going through.
Actually, we've had a few calls compared. The first.
Oh, it's there.
90
Oh, gee. I thought it was going.
Well, I gotta ask you, because you're right. The way I leave that intersection at Quebec and I-25, it's screwed up every time. There's always
it gets pretty busy over there.
You know, 2-3 lights to get underneath the thing, so you go straight
Even
up.
if you're going straight, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, and you're not in one of the turn lanes?
Yeah, I hardly
Yeah.
ever go to Rappel on I-25.
Right.
So you go straight
I
up.
did one of our TV commercials you and I did a few years back. I made it into a reel,
DTC,
and I had so many hits on it. It was fun.
Really?
I put it on Instagram. Yeah.
Why?
It was this one good time.
CBD.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Only a few minutes left. Frank Duran is with us. By the way, we were talking about credit cards, right? And I want to bring this up. We were talking about fraud and all of that. And here are bad habits listed where most fraud takes place. Ready? When you use the same credit card for everyday spending and your auto pays, you should have your auto pays on one card that never gets circulated, ever. Then you can notice any charges out of the ordinary immediately. So you get one card and use it just for auto pay. Second, another problem, people use the same password. Oh my God, am I guilty? Do you sometimes? Now, I try to be a little more tricky than most, even though I use the same password. It's capital P-A. And instead of, I spell a password, but instead of P-A-S-S-W-O-R-D, I use P-A-S-S-W-0-R-D. So that's where I get away with it. So that's my secret, and it's very secure. It's on all my accounts, password. Anyway, the other thing is using store credit card info in your browser or websites. Now, What does that, storing credit card. If you store it on your browser or in your auto fills, you're crazy because it's in your cookies and it can be extracted. Next, Wi-Fi connections when doing credit card transactions. How many times do people have to tell you public Wi-Fi connections are not secure? And do not use a free VPN. They're not secure either. So those are the bad habits. Those are bad habits. And you would be shocked at how many people get stung by that. 303-713-8255. Now, a juror, listen to this, reported by NBC News, found $120,000 in cash in her bag. And it was left for her and said, there's more where this came from. If you would vote to acquit the people charged with stealing. It was a $40 million lawsuit, or not a lawsuit, a crime. And this person, this juror, found this 120 and the note and turned it in. So here's what I want to ask you. And you can answer me live or online, especially my morons. I really want to ask, how much money, if there is enough, serious, and I'm serious, okay? Let's say this big cyber criminal or whatever, somebody's on trial, and we're talking 140, 50, 60 million, who knows? How much money would be enough to get you to vote to acquit? Now, we're not talking about violence, okay? Let's not talk about violence. Let's talk about economic crime. And I really mean it. I don't want it just a stock answer. Now, I'd like to believe there's no amount that could get me to compromise and let a criminal go free. But I wonder if everyone has a number. I mean, seriously, let's talk about this. What if someone truly offered you $1 million? $1 million. Now, hold on. You might say, well, I don't want to get caught. But let's say it was so well done you wouldn't get caught. Would you take $1 million to let someone walk on an economic crime? How about $5 million? Does everyone have a number? I'm not going to make you answer out loud, but, well, maybe you want to. Does everyone have a number? Would you vote to acquit? Now, when it comes to violent crime, murderers, and all that, there's just not a number. I think most people would say never. Of course, they haven't been confronted with that. Or what about if you were threatened? Is there a threat that could make you vote differently, or would you report it? We're so quick to wonder, right? I mean, to think what we would do. But if you were truly confronted with that. Now, 120,000, this woman could have kept that 120. Maybe she thought it was a trap, who knows? So it does get tricky. Frank Duran, the real estate man, is with us. I do have some text here real quick, Frankie, I'm just trying to find it, on real estate. Okay, Frank, if you have a house on the market for a substantial amount of time, have you ever taken it off the market for arrest? Or what do you do in a case like that?
Yeah, in a case like that,
it hasn't happened much.
Well, with MLS rules now it used to be years ago, you could just refresh it and just come up with a new MLS number. Now, they want you to expire it for 30 days before you can get a fresh MLS number. So if you take that approach, that's about the best way to do it. I've actually seen some real estate people actually cheat doing that. They're not supposed to do that.
Now, why do they take it off and put it back on so it looks fresher?
To give it a fresh start. But quite honestly, Tom, I don't think it fools anybody because there's a whole history of the listing.
Somewhere.
Yeah, there's a history. You could pull up history easily.
Why are days on market so critical?
Especially in a market like this, Tom, where the market's more fast-paced, the longer you sit on the market, the more abnormal it looks.
So people think there must be something wrong.
Right.
Or they try to steal it.
Sure. So back in the day when the market was, maybe was not unusual for it to be on the market 60, 90 days, that was one thing. But in a market like this, if you're sitting there a month, it's like an eternity.
Okay, when did we have 90 days market? When? How long ago?
Oh gosh, Tom, I would tell you.
Well, the recession was 08, 10.
Yeah,
to
that's
10.
true. That back then, if you didn't price it right, you were probably sitting there a year and a half sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then when did it start? So it was as long as a year or a year and a half.
Oh, yeah.
Then it got as short as 90 days.
Yeah.
Then 90 days seemed long. When was that transition from 90 days to like multiple offers?
Yes.
What year was that?
Some of those listings had birthdays on them, Tom. Yeah, no, I'd say about 2012 we started seeing that
Turnaround.
shift, that turnaround. Yeah.
And then by 18 and 19, you were getting multiple offers.
Through the roof. It was incredible.
Okay. Then will it ever go back to what used to be considered normal, which was 3 to 6 months?
Well, Tom, as you know this better than anybody else. Real estate goes in cycles, and you know how this whole thing works. For the time being,
Do you
right
think
now,
there will be a cycle?
I think there'll be a cycle at some point. Although I don't, unless something crazy geopolitical happens, I don't see that happen anytime soon in Colorado market because of our supply and demand problem.
We got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Through downtown, I-70 westbound approaching Brighton Boulevard in Denver Coliseum. An accident in the right lane as slow driving back from Colorado. We're seeing a 5-minute delay there. Heading to the southwest through Morrison and Jeffco, C470 westbound at Bowles. A disabled vehicle has 2 lanes blocked with stop and go back from Ken Carroll Road. This one we're seeing about 30 minutes of delays. Otherwise, your pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro back to the downtown area. I-25 northbound showing some normal heavy traffic between Alameda and Colfax. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 84 today, nice and warm, overnight low of 56. Tomorrow mostly sunny, high 91. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get 1 free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select battery 2-pack. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
QCColorado.com. You want cool, comfortable, fresh air. And you want your air conditioner to work less. You get both of those things with QC Colorado, the whole house fan. And I urge you to call before the real heat comes. They have so many openings in their schedule, and they have great pricing. Now that's going to tighten up. If you want to save money, I have paid for my system because I save so much in air conditioning. Really, honest to goodness, I'm not kidding you. You will too. QCColorado.com. You will love the way they feel. You'll love how silent it is, and remote controls, so you don't ever have to worry about wiring in your walls. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. I have known Genesis Total Exteriors for many years, and right now a lot of people got hit by hail, and more than just with that big hail, more than just the roof gets hit. You get windows and siding and decking and doors, and you can get it all done with one company, Genesis. Mark Szymanski and his team, one point of contact, one invoice, one person to deal with your insurance. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. People I've known and trusted for 20 or more years. Genesis Total Exteriors.com.
A word for
What would Drew do? We haven't heard from him this week, have we?
Got a busy day, buddy? You're always busy, though.
Just the gym. Yeah. And then I'm studying for my...
Guy from La Junta and the Cats. Oh, shit. That was my case, and I talked to that guy.
He called the other day.
I know he did, last week.
Yeah.
Tom got really pissed at him.
Well, because he's calling and he's like, well, you guys don't answer my calls and blah, blah, blah. What the fuck do you expect us to do?
Right.
I'm just curious.
There, Tom, I answered another question. Here it comes. Tom said he wouldn't do it for any money.
Yo! Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment. You ain't getting on. Is Kelly hosting the show today? Of course! It's the Kelly Cucero Show. So, guys, what's the deal with murderers?
Well, Bo knows not to come in tomorrow.
And let's convince my husband to get this puppy.
Doc.
Better than Predator. Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment. That guy's like the best older guy I've ever seen in my life. Right? You think that guy's like 80 or something, like 75. Right?
Yeah. He ran off.
How's he sound?
The ultimate reward.
Heck yeah.
Sounds a little bit older than he looks, but he still doesn't sound. He sounds better than
Right.
old Sleepy Joe does.
Yep.
Tuesday at 4. It took a long time, but Governor Polis finally does something right. And what should Trump do next to ensure victory in November? The GOP posting regarding Pride Month? What do you think of that? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. So, Frankie, any last-minute advice that you might have on listing?
Yeah, the market's strong, Tom. Just be careful. Sometimes sellers get a little too high pressed on their prices. It ends up hurting them in the end. And great example is one that we listed, same home. They started really high, ended up selling for a lot less. Already we're getting offers about 30 to 40 grand higher than what they ended up closing for just a few weeks ago. So just be careful. You know, It's a hot market, but you can miss the market too.
Now, what about buying? Okay, that's the whole different story. So how do you do that? How do you post your buyer?
Hey, Tom, buyers have more options out there. I'm telling you, it's better. Month over month, we're seeing more inventory. Buyers, you do have options out there. Do
people care about cash buyers or not?
Oh, they care, but then again, they're also looking at strength of offer too.
Okay. Well, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Appreciate it. And remember, save all your problems for me. See you guys.
Follow. As always, thank you. Hey, man. Appreciate you very much.